Hey, what are you doing out here? Out where? Out of your bubble. Oh, I don't know. Am I not supposed to leave? I just didn't think you could. I guess you must have a foot on either side. Can't say I'm surprised. Okay. So what are you doing out here? I'm waiting for my friends to arrive. They'll need my help. What friends? More ghosts? No, they're alive. First, there'll be 2 humans. They should be joining us any minute. First? Then what? Then the rest of our party, the survivors. Oh. So then we made it out here all right? Yes, well, they made it. Your body will arrive with them, along with the others. Maybe we can have a funeral. What's a funeral? Kinda like a big corpse party. The humans could probably explain it better than me. Okay, cool. It's so bright, how can you stand it here? You can see the sun? Yeah, I can see it, but it looks 2D. If motherfucking magic's all we've ever known at, then it's easy to be missing what we fucking haves. But I'm all open to miracles that are up in the air. Got my sea on of miracles. They're here and they're there. I be checking the miracles while falling downstairs. Seen the shit out of miracles that are all being up at basically pretty much everywhere. Fuck. Oceans of Fago fucking glitter like space. First full star dusts what's poof in my face. A million horns honking rackets in piles. A one-wheel device that can rocket in style. Is shit that what I wish for? Because motherfucking course, bro. I'm all a firm believer at the miracles. Do you have time for my miracles, brother? Do you get your notice on of the miracles? So many fucking miracles. The magic motherfucking miracles. Honk. Oh. Oh yeah, that was so strict. Yeah, bro. Most definitely your rhymes. They're ruthlessly disciplinary, and my ear ducts have been naughty, I think. They are naughty for more. Motherfuck, dude. You best understand I got more slams in me. They be as forever as my limitless faith and all my believings and shit. But what I motherfucking need, my brother, aside from plowing nose fucking first into a bitchin' plan of tenacious usage, is to check out what slams you can stick in my ducts. Yeah. Oh yeah. These most entirely can be provided. They can be dropped straight into the orifices you mentioned. Haha, fucking drop it, bro. Drop it like you spaced out and forgot you were holding it in the first motherfucking place. You brought up a pan, in that last stanza. But the one I'm a fan of is the pan-handled poop. Shit. Yes, shit is a legit thing to say about it. About the pan with the man grit, on whom I now slam it. Slam it like a motherfucking door by accident on something that hurts. Honk, 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 honk. You can't handle my slams, well, unless you can. In which case, that's cool. I just serve up the hoopla to goat hoses that are hopeless about the pan who's called pupa. In case you were clueless about the pan who can man up and is able to stand up on legs which, unlike mine, are functionally useless. God damn, you were dealing some hearty reproach tonight. Flying fucking high, man. Higher than a laugh assing up on the motherfucking grief trapeze. Higher than a subjugulator getting his weep on for the vast honk I believe in to come. I wish. Nah, bro, I'm serious. Your rhymes are fly. The most wicked piece of shit hit a miracle ever took in the sky. Someone clipped their motherfucking wings so I can stand a chance. Oof, I mean sit a chance. Fuck. The only thing more fly than the rhymes I'm saying to That's all my malice is the ability he had, which I wish was mine, instead of, I guess, this excessive paralysis. Look out for the hook, bro. Get off of those wheels. Get off of those wheels. If miracles aren't fake, he'll get off of those wheels. But high in this case has double the meaning. It means he can fly, plus does high self-esteeming. That's two meanings he has that I'd rather were mine. His two flappy wings and his big, healthy spine. Oops, that's three things. Get off of those wheels. Get off of those wheels. If miracles aren't fake, he'll get off of those wheels. Using my least useless foot to kick it back over to you, friend. Shit. Slam it like a door in the face of a colon drone. Let's pretend that's a real possibility and not an invitation to an even more painful death just for the sake of that expression. Motherfuck it, motherfucker. Pure magic is all when they're hatching a grubs. I've seen shit that would shock your look stubs. I peeped on a place with 6 trillion hemos, all up at one rock, bleeding as equals. It's easy to see if you search all your feelings. That piece happens first and murders the sequel. It's the beauty of the carnival, the magic's intense. Fucking darkness outside, but the light makes you wince. Just take my motherfucking hand, bro. Put on your shades, pull back the flap, and get off of those wheels. Okay, I did. Now I'm on the floor, motionless in a terrible way, so I got back on the wheels. It was a nice thought, though. Haha, motherfucking yeah. Let's have this let's take this ninja tittied bitch back to the hive with the chorus. Together, my miracle brother. Yes. I'm all a firm believer in the miracles. Do you have time for my miracles, religious friend? Did you get your notice of the miracles? So many, gratuitous expletive miracles. The magic mother also expletive miracles. Fuck yes. Here's where the slam turns to nothing but honks. Honk, 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 honk. Honk. Fuck. It's less appropriate for me to do the honks than you, but it was still great. Yeah, bro, yeah. The slams were truly prime, and your religious views, though I don't share them, are reasonably inspirational. I think I'm in the process of releasing at least one tear. Me too, bro, you motherfucker. And no, there be some of my aisles is royal jelly to go with your emotional peanut butter. Whoa. This is beautiful, dude. I feel so at chill with you. Yeah, friendliness with you is pretty much always nice and fun to have. Hey. When we up and start to hick at this red team noise, you should make your way to get your hangout on at my hive. Oh yes, totally. We could split a tin of the pimpus knees I got on hand, baked up all special for you, and then maybe make out a little. Wink. Comma. Comma, comma. A long series of commas. Let's see. Check, check. It's 3 left. Let's see this one. Bang 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 bang. Oh, shut up. Pile. Danger. Problem. Past car cat responded to a memo. Oh god, he's still following you? That is so messed up. Yeah, it's okay though, as long as he's telling me like a lost puppy, at least he's not killing anybody. Don't trust him, Jade, I'm telling you. He is a stab-happy planet-exploding asshole. Remember what he did to Dave? It was like this whole episode. You had a hysterical episode about it, remember? I remember the episode. But he's okay now. And I'm kind of starting to think that was just his way of saying hi. My dog used to fetch my bullets too, and I really think he believes he is my dog on some level. Just don't turn your back on him, Jade. Don't turn your back on the puppy. Don't worry, I'm keeping my eye on him. Ah, no, no, no. Bad, Jack, bad. Paper kind. He really seems to hate frogs. Yeah, the poor froggies. My Jack had this irrational thing against frogs too. I mean my normal Jack, not my Omnif Jack. Durst agents are heavily predisposed towards the murder and desecration of amphibious life forms and their iconography, respectively. Frequently I had to thwart assassination attempts from their kingdom, or extermination attempts is probably better to say. You're probably right, they really seem to drive him crazy. This is not the first time I've had to reprimand him. Wait, he follow you into the palace right now? Is that who you were yelling at? He was growling at Echidna, and I had to tell him he was being very bad. He destroyed some of her really nice statues, too. Keeping him in line really makes me miss Beck. He was such a good dog. Not to mention and a best friend. Jack is just bad dog, worst enemy. Exactly. I don't like this a fucking bit. It makes me really nervous. You just chilling with an unspeakably powerful mass murderer with the brain of a wild animal who's about to hop sessions and try to kill all of us in a few hours. And what were you even doing there? You still haven't told me. Huh? The palace. I recommended she return to her denizen for advice. About what? The location of the final frog required to complete the gene sequence. One whose song should remove the last traces of dissonance from the waveform. The creature is quite elusive, remember? Oh yeah, you were searching for weeks. Yes, and you never found it. I had a good lead, but you decided there was not enough time left to bother with it. The reckoning had started. We had to kill the king. Understood, but this was a matter that really did require your attention. Yeah, I know, but maybe I was sick to fucking death of muddling around with frogs and their cacophonous goddamn rivets and mixing their slime and shit. I'm not an nectar scientist, no matter how many grubs who turned out to be us the game made me accidentally make. But you are a programmer, aren't you? That is at least kind of like being a scientist, having some technical savvy. I was a shitty programmer, and anyway, I only programmed viruses. Shitty viruses. I shouldn't have to be a slime technician or a frog farmer or a mystical fucking rogue decloder. I'm a warrior and a leader and a cold-blooded killer. We know you're clearly very good at being all of those things. But now we need your help with frog science. Can you help us? How long would this take? I don't mind helping, but I have major leadership duties to attend here. Yes, I know, the team is falling apart and everything, but doing this was your duty too. And after a point of critical complication, there's only so much responsibility you can take for the actions of your team. Kanaya, what are you saying? What happens in the future? Are you giving me some assurance that things will work out? Because right now I don't know where the hell anybody is. The future. Okay. I'm a vampire now, apparently, if that helps. What the fuck is a vampire? Shush. No future talk. Let's stay on topic. Oh my god, why can't I get a straight fucking answer to a thing? It's a simple question. Kanai means she's a very pretty girl with pointy fangs who has a bright sunny complexion and wears fancy dresses. Thanks, that cleared everything just right the hell up. And she drinks blood. Oh, you mean a rainbow drinker? Yeah, I already knew about her trashy novel fantasies. Are we done shitting around? They aren't trashy. Hee. Yes, hilarious. I guess I have no choice but to believe you because skepticism in this situation is for idiots, right? If I said, yeah, right, if there's a drinker in this hive, I'll eat my cocoon. I'd be like the dumb Lucius in the movie who doesn't believe the kid when he tells it there's a rainbow drinker in the closet. So I guess by reverse psychology, I should not be that dumbass. Yell, oh fuck, and tell everyone to get in the scuttle buggy before it's too late. Well, fat chance, I'm not falling for it. That sounds like a stupid movie. How do you know what she... he sound... How do you know what she looks like anyway? Did you see her in one of her afterlife bubbles? Yep. Why? When? Carcat? That information qualifies as... future stuff. Just, I don't know anymore. Shit is heading away from me. The more time goes by without word from Gamzee, the more I worry, and the more I feel like something terrible has happened or will happen. I should go. No, wait, just please listen a little longer. Yes, staying would be better. Trust me, this was and still is a very important thing for you to have done and still do. Maybe even the most important. Fine, but let's move along. Did Echidna tell you where to find this frog? Not exactly. She just helped me remember. Remember what? Something from my past. If I accepted her terms. What were her terms? You never did tell me. Yeah, because you never told me yours. Oh. I just thought it wasn't that important or interesting, since Carcat thought the battle was more pressing than to wait for me to locate another frog. Also, what she asked me to do was impossible, so yeah. Yeah, she made me promise to do something that sounds impossible too, except I actually agreed. I have no idea how I'm gonna keep my side of the bargain now that I think about it. Excuse me, remember fucking what? Alright, where the last frog is. Or was. The thing is, the frog we need is nowhere to be found in the medium. It was on Earth. But only very briefly. It was when I was young. Before I woke up on Prospect, I had begun sleepwalking. Both on the island and on the moon. And in my dream, it was very bright. I saw something in the light. I couldn't tell what it was, so I got closer. But before I got there, I woke up and found myself by the lagoon surrounding the ruins. I was about to walk home when I saw something appear on a lily pad. It was a frog. An amazing shiny frog, not like any other I've seen in the lagoon. It hopped over to me and I picked it up, but then, just like that, it died. Later, my grandpa made a robot for me to help me with my sleepwalking. It could do all the walking while I stayed safe in bed. It could also record my dreams. I'm sure he always knew my dreams were going to be special. I suspect he knew it before I was even born. Okay, great, so it's there on the monitor. Problem solved. You just purify its ghost imprints, mix it with your current evolution's paradox slime, smooth out the genetic waveform, tadpolify Ilias slick, and you're done. Hopefully. So you didn't remember seeing this frog when you were a kid at all? No, it completely slipped my mind. How did she get you to remember? I mean, what did she make you agree to? Well, like it was before. The choices she gives you seem to have to do with facing mortality, and making it clear if you choose one path over another, it'll lead to your death, and that your death may even be necessary to accomplish a goal. Yes, I've inferred their made are all personalized variations on the presentation of such dilemmas. Yeah, but that's not really what made this hard. I mean, nobody wants to die, of course, but at least that is a clear thing. You either die or you don't, you know? You said what she asked was impossible. It might be. What were her demands? She said that if I accepted her help, that I would have to make a promise. That whenever we left this place, and wherever we end up going, she had to come. Huh? Not just Echidna, but all the denizens. Their palaces, their consorts, their lands, everything. I have to bring them all with us. Let's see. Check. I read all those. Okay. There only appears to be one thing lighting up here. Jade? Are you still responding to this memo? I guess I don't have much energy left to argue about passwords. I didn't even get a password last time. I had to leave abruptly because Olex and Arident started dueling again. And then Pfeffry and Kanaya. It all happened so fast, and now Gamzee is hunting us all down in murder mode. He's been taunting me through other people's messaging devices and leaving me disturbing notes. I'm sure others must be dead by now, and now Solix is blind and I lost track of him somehow. I heard a stray honk and I ran and we got separated, and I'm starting to think that this must be a doomed timeline. That's why I can't get in touch with anyone. They must be dropping like behemoth leavings out there. And that must be why future Kanaya was talking in this memo, but now she's dead, which makes that impossible. It wasn't supposed to happen this way. Gamzee isn't supposed to go crazy. I mean, if he does, it means we fucked something up. It means I fucked something up. It's my responsibility. I have to make sure he's safe, and I didn't do that. One time, one of the doomed Irradias told me she came from a time where he flipped out and killed everyone because of my failure. I didn't take her seriously, but I should have. She was constantly fixing my fuck-ups. Robots from the future always coming back to tell me how some hasty shit I did with frog breeding or whatever would make it be impossible to win. My own personal miseries probably accounted for more doomed... My own personal mistakes probably accounted for more doomed Irradia bots than anything else, which was sort of a silver lining, I guess. I don't think we would have beaten the king without her army. Not that it matters anymore. I've obviously become just another guy in a doomed timeline, watching everyone around him die. I was just sitting here wondering what I could have done wrong this time, to make the timeline take a wrong turn, and pinpointing it seemed overwhelming since I've made more terrible decisions than I can even count, but I think looking back I know what it is now. It was before we got trapped on this meteor, before Jack showed up, before we beat the king. And I wanted to let you know, Jade, no matter what I said, I think the final frog must be important. And Kanaya, if you're reading this somewhere in the past maybe, I'm sorry, you were right. I was always in such a hurry to win, I didn't take the time to do what was necessary. Bilious Slick needed the genes of that frog, and because I have to ask this so bad, everyone's gonna die. See, I was thinking about Jack and how he can't stand frogs, and I think I finally understand what's going on. I think I know what's about to happen at the end of our timelines. I think I know what the critical moment is, and it's completely my fault. Ectobiology is a touchy thing. Especially when you're building the genetic code for an entire universe. Our Genesis frog needed the genes from that final frog. But because I was in too much of a hurry to do the job right, he's missing a critical sequence in his DNA. So when we made him and watched him grow in the middle of Skya, after all the fireworks and fanfare from the vast croak had subsided, I kind of felt like he didn't look so good. Like he was sick. I think I gave him cancer. I gave your whole universe cancer, Jade. Sorry. Yeah, that was the only panel that lit up. Let's see, there's only 3 here, so might as well click this one again. Its defective genes probably made it impossible for your session to be successful, sort of like its reproductive system was damaged. What should be fertile ground for your new universe to grow was replaced by a massive bomb rigged to blow up your whole session. Probably just one of many systems of a sick universe. It's not like you actually did anything wrong. You were fighting against the disease that was always inherent to your reality, the one I gave it. But I don't think it's like a normal disease, not like a cellular mutation that's out of control. The cancer took a specific form, like a complicated series of terrible events rather than faulty cell division. It was an eventuality in your universe that was inevitable, that we all unwittingly helped make happen, all concentrated through the actions of one hostile agent in the system, with an instinct to destroy everything it hated, and then giving it the power to do so. And unlike a normal disease, it wouldn't gradually kill its hosts from within. The cancer left the body, chased out as if by an immune system, but the problem is it wasn't any less deadly on the outside, no less determined to finish the job. So I don't know what else it could be, what's waiting for us at the end of the countdown. Jack was expelled from your session somehow. He then methodically destroyed all our planets, Prospit and Durst, and tried to wipe us all out, so that we couldn't do the same thing to him again. But he was always saving his true target for last. The one he hated most. Jack was the living embodiment of the disease all along. Nor is the cancer. It's him. Anyway, that's the end of how everything's my fault completely, and I'm garbage. I hope you enjoyed it, Jade. Not that you seem to recall this memo even exists. If you see Kanaya in Dust Bubble Hell, please tell her I'm sorry I let her down, and if you see Solix wandering around too, let him know how ashamed I am. I ditched him like a coward because I heard a horn go honk. And Rezi, if you see her, could you give her a message for me? Could you tell her that? Actually, never mind. I'll probably be able to tell them all in person soon. Seeing as an idiot in makeup is about to roll over my naked squeal. A pet with a one-wheel device. Solix is okay. He's with me right now. Holy shit, you're alive? Hold on, I really need to change these clothes. Huh. What did I say? I repeatedly made it clear that the fifth wall is to remain off. I refuse to acknowledge this foolish man's self-indulgent rubbish. His frivolous charades have no place in this building, or anywhere in this reality. Am I making myself understood, young lady? It's all your fault. It's all your motherfucking fault, honk. Okay. You all cracked off the top of the bottle to those motherfucking clown imposters that all were spraying out the flagrant motherfucking heresies at me. The flagrant motherfucking heresies, motherfucker, is what came out of their mouths. It made me get my sadness on to see it. And my rage on fucking harder. I'm sorry? All my life I believed that a fucking paradise to come, what held the most baller, darkest of carnivals to join, and a prophecy to tell me about a band of rowdy and capricious minstrels steeped in the good harsh whimsy. The mirthful messiahs were foretold to be hashing that fucking pie stand and bringing the holy ruckus like a giddy fucking ninja, one wheel and headlong at the hugest fucking horn heap Shangri-La's got to see. I'm talking about the vast hawk, you blasphemous motherfucker. What I believed in it to be, he was so beautiful. Us and them all mellow and intense, bumping sounds, tossing back the Fago and soaking the miracles up our faith sponges, all while special stardust rained down at our elixir sticky faces like a bunch of fucking fairy powder from religion space. It was gotta be us and motherfucking them. Them and motherfucking us. This is like some trolling shtick, right? This ICP shit. But yet now, because of you, because of all you and your fucking outrageousness, you stole off all my miracles away by revealing at me how the wicked shit was really kicked. Like some filthy fucking science stuff who at old times would be ruled unfunny without even getting his fucking trial on. And now I don't know what to think of how the spiritual fantasies I had. Honk. Best troll ever. I don't even care if you're really into this stuff or not. It's awesome. What stuff? Like horror, lame clown rap and stuff. Huh? Dude, are you an actual juggalo or not? Bro, that word you used isn't nothing real I've heard of. It strikes me as another heretical fucking bastardization of some sacred shit I take seriously in my pump biscuit. I mean, I guess it took seriously. Do you really not know what I'm talking about? I have the idea that you put in my pan to sit there. The Paradise Planet is a fucking joke, and the miracles are fake. Pure fiction. False, fakey, fraudy con jobs from a bunch of unfunny ninja harlequin bullshit artists. I can't even tell if you're trying to troll me with this or if you're actually having some weird emotional problem. Can it be motherfucking both things? Okay, I'm telling you. You need to watch this video. The song isn't even supposed to be released for another year or something, but I got it from an inside source. This is as hot as it gets. Hang on, dude. Let me dig it up. No. Motherfucker, no, bro. I'm not looking on any more of your blasphemies. I really just came back on you. It would a motherfucker say that all that sickening noise you did at me is your fault. There's something I did at you what's mine. I did something that's motherfucking atrocious to your posse. Made your whole crew of jokers get to being kind of mentally motherfucking unstable. In fucking fact, that atrocious business I got to doing, I did that shit to your whole universe as a matter of motherfucking fact. You see? You motherfucking see? I finally got all cut up in what's true behind the sweet murder mirth of the bitch and blood circus. I reached deep down and got at where all the real harsh whimsies were hiding inside me. In the angriest ways I found within my dark ancestral huckle voodoos within. And then I focused on them through the rage you made me have. And I win and made your universe terminal. None of that really meant anything, but okay. Also, you have me confused for somebody else. We've never talked. I guarantee I would have remembered you. All that motherfucking matters is I remember you and what you did. I'm just all letting you in on the ways I set the high justice in motion. Made us motherfucking square, you and me. Me and you. That's cool, Juggalo guy, who I still can't quite tell is ironic about this or not. But like I say, either way, it's all good. You don't motherfucking believe. You need to get more spiritually into your superstition, ghost. Like the motherfucking face jumped at what I was. As if I'd forget to do my chuckle voodoos to you too. To fuck up your dreams. Make your worst fears come alive and get it on their haunts in your nap-happy fan. What? What fears? You motherfucking know, brother. It's the fucking puppet. The one that's all got to be my best fucking friend I got now. Now that my other buddy managed to be having his head chopped off. Oh god. Did my bro put you up to this? I should have guessed he might have a hand in some of these shitty trolling escapades. Your bro's dead, bro. Couldn't keep my new friend captive no more. Released your nightmares right into my warm fucking embrace. And now I listen at what they whisper through my ear ducts. Jesus, you're fucking insane. I'm all hearing these amazing motherfucking things. I think you'll help me refigure out what's the real reality about the miracles. He'll help me to discover the truth of who the messiahs are. The real messiahs. Not the false mess of lies. Honk! So, my bro's idiotic ventriloquist dummy is responsible for this bullshit, is what you're saying. Motherfuck yes, bro. What else does he say? He says, all in this funny little voice that is so very, 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 very quiet, that it's time to go motherfucking kill them all. Well, that sounds about right. Better do what he says, dude. Yeah! Here I was about to come at you with all these unruly upgrades I got pent up. But you know motherfucking what? I should be grateful to you for sharing at me your Vedic heresies, brother. The road to the Dark Carnival has never before been paved with louder honk horns to tread upon and scare the living motherfuck out of the low-blood faithless with each step. You're literally an insane murderer or some kind of trolling savant. Time to block you now, but let's do this again, okay? You motherfucking know it, bro. I like you. Wouldn't mind taking that pale marshmallow you got as a nug off your shoulders. For this collection I got started on. Add a little strawberry jam to this peanut butter sandwich I'm making between my motherfucking lips. Holy shit. Hey, before you go, how about that we slam a little? They both then proceeded to have one of the best rap-offs in the history of Paradox Space. Let's see. Check. What's this one? Neat. That doesn't go anywhere. Or will I have to suspend your furniture privileges again? I see, it's another one of your moods. We'll have to work on ironing out this behavior before you meet your true master. He's a far less gracious host than I. Wait, what are you doing? No, stop that. You render yourself in a more symbolic manner this instant. Thank you. Oh, is this what you're doing now? Might I have not been strict enough with your breathing privileges either? This vessel will reach your planet eventually. You can either go home the fast way or the slow way. Your express ticket can only be validated with a display of good manners, miss. Youthful. Actual suicide threat. Vroom. And there go the electricity privileges. I think now would be a good time for another round of re-education guarding her purpose. A little refresher on the prestigious employment opportunity for which she's being groomed. And since you're still my guest, it would please me to tell you this inspiring tale as well. Shape. It is a tale to remind her of the sacrifice she must make, one serving to remind all of her people of the sacrifice once made by a long-forgotten heroes in a discarded reality. It is of this sacrifice that the sufferer died to speak the truth, and it is his tale I will tell you now. Once in this very universe, you could say, Alternia was home to a peaceful race. Trollkind had never known the corrupting influence in their evolution, which led them to perpetual war and violence. That is to say, they'd never known me. As was true of the bellicose world we know, there came to be 12 heroes on this peaceful planet. These heroes, too, had 12 ancestors whose fortunes were entwined with theirs. These 24 figures of legend were not of this world, but yet sent from the sky, delivered from a reality not yet conceived. On the eve of their race's extinction, the 12 heroes would begin playing a game. They would make an admirable effort, but they would fail. Their civilization had not prepared them for the rigors of this game, and the ultimate reward would fall shy of their grasp. But their failure was more comprehensive, more systemic, than a result of a simple inadequacy so common to young players of this game. Though they could not recognize it for the bad omen it was, this session was not the only in which they had been spawned. Such is the symptom of a subtle glitch affecting certain sessions, as error designed to trigger an unfathomable cascade of misfortune throughout paradox space. This glitch is the calling card of the one I serve. It is the discreet, gentlemanly manner in which he reserves his place in a universe for later visitation. The heroes, understanding their defeat was absolute, sought advice from the mother of all monsters. She offered them a choice. The heroes could either accept their defeat along with the extinction of their race, and put no others at risk, or she could show them a path to a second chance, to a reality in which the chosen heroes of their race would be strong enough to succeed with ease, and claim their reward. This reset would come at the cost of wiping the failed heroes from existence. They'd live new lives from scratch, playing different roles in the reset reality, with no memory of the game they played or the choice they made. The heroes chose to accept this bargain, and scratched their session. In doing so, they jump-started the reality in which the 24 figures of legend would together be created, and I as well, and then sent back in time to our places in history. Though I was delivered well before history even began, before this dawning of life on their planet, this time around I would oversee its development, and thus fulfill the mother's promise of an aggressive, ruthlessly prepared group of heroes, one that would not rest until victory was secured. The young 24 would again be scattered into two groups, 12 modern contemporaries and 12 ancients. But in addition to losing their memories of everything that had happened before the scratch, there was another catch for the failed heroes. In the new reality, they would not serve as the heroes. They would mature to become the ancestors of the 12 they formerly regarded as theirs. And this 12 would be chosen for glory. These children would have the heroes to achieve victory, and have the reward easily within reach. Of course, this promise was fulfilled to the letter, as you've seen. The entire bargain was executed without a single hitch, as those authorized by my master always are. There was, however, one minor anomaly. One of the failed heroes, in his new life as an ancient on this now brutal planet, began to remember. This is his story. This is the story of the Signless. Few ever knew the sufferer's given name, presuming quite reasonably he had none, and he came to be called Signless. Unlike his peers distributed elsewhere in history, he was not given a sign at a young age. Alas, there were no signs reserved for one of his mutant blood. His genetic deviation from the social order made him a pariah, forcing him to wander the world alone for many sweeps, concealing the color of his blood to avoid certain execution. But it may also have been due to his mutation that he began to have visions, spontaneous lucid imagery of his world in peace, before its fall. He'd never see the complete picture or finally understand his previous incarnation's role in the prompting this to fail, this fall, or know of my hand in it. But the visions showed him all he needed to see. They held the promises of his people's true potential beneath the age's conditioned cruelty. They held the spark of revolution. In time, the visions gave purpose to his travels. He would preach heretical ideas no one else had dared to entertain, let alone risk discussing. He espoused the virtues of forgiveness, compassion, and equality among all bloodlines. He distributed his message intelligently, careful to preach only to those receptive, never attracting unwelcome attention, but his growing movement could go unnoticed by the authorities for only so long. The High Bloods were livid over the unprecedented heresy, and soon a massive sectarian war followed, spreading across the planet and throughout the galaxy. The conflict was lopsided, of course, with the High Bloods given full support from the Condess and her sea dwellers. Inevitably, the Signless would be captured, and when he was, it was not a matter of whether he would be put to the irons, but how hot they would be if he failed to recant. During his penance, it was said the sufferer's compassion for his people underwent a divine transformation into limitless burning rage. It burned hotter than the irons shackling him to the imperial flogging jet, and redder than the blood soaking his righteous leggings. When he was finally killed, his anger rung through the cosmos with his last breath. This vast expletive was his final sermon, and somewhere encoded in its wavelengths was the truth in his teachings, waiting to reveal itself to any who would inherit his burden. His teachings would also persist through surviving disciples, but in hushed tones. His following would dwindle to an obscure cult facing persecution for centuries. After his execution, the body was burned, leaving only his irons. They cooled in the ash as if his anger itself was subsiding, and his followers appropriated their shapes in defiance of the High Bloods. The symbols became the sign of the Signless, always shown as colorless as the cold iron, to conceal the stigma of his hue. This was as much a reminder of who his followers to remain hidden as it was of the sufferer's sacrifice, and his rage hidden like heat in the iron, one day to be reignited by another of his bloodline. The sufferer preached that after he's passed, another Signless would come, heralding the end of times for the planet. The second Signless would continue his work, and lead his people to glory beyond this realm. The followers kept his teachings alive for ages, even as the uproar surrounding the movement subsided. By modern times, the sufferer's scripture was little more than ancient superstition, all but forgotten, hardly the anathema of old. But the followers had already made their preparations in the shadows, and when the second Signless finally came, he would have a Lucis to raise him and assign to his name. The sufferer required less conventional upbringing to reach maturity. As a young grub, he landed in the brooding caverns, where he would be expected to face his trials, but due to his mutation, surely no Lucis would select him. No creature sympathetic to his scent had been bred yet. His odds for survival would have been remote, if not for a chance encounter. The Dolorosa belonged to the rare class assigned strictly to serving the mother grub in the caverns, forbidden from visiting the surface. While on an errand, she found the young surfer in his crater and immediately recognized the child as special, as well as in great danger. For an adult troll to raise a child was unthinkable, but she saw no other hope for him. The Dolorosa abandoned her duties in the caverns, and fled to the surface to raise him. In time, she would become the first follower of his teachings, and the first of his inner circle, but not his closest. Surrounding him on his rise to infamy and throughout the rebellion were the most trusted elites among his devoted. The psionic was a mage of unequaled telekinetic ability, who upon hearing the words of the sufferer was inspired to free himself from the sort of slavery typical to his mentally gifted class. But his most devoted of all was his disciple. She listened to every vision he retold, every lesson he preached, and faithfully recorded his scripture. Her ear was open to him always, and in time, his heart open to her, to spread his message throughout the world. They took to the seas in the vessel of legend known as the First Ship. It was said their love went beyond the four quadrants, transcending the grid entirely, whatever that nonsense actually means. The disciple was to be killed along with him, but at the last moment, the executor inexplicably took pity on her and allowed her to escape. She absconded with the leggings, which remained the only physical evidence of his holy suffering. She hid in caves for many sweeps, transcribing all of his scripture from memory on the walls in the blood of slain creatures, and lived the rest of her days in monastic savagery. Her dedication would be critical to the persistence of his message. But the Dolorosa was less fortunate and was sold into slavery. She spent the rest of her life as a property of vicious sea dwellers. As for the psionic, he was enlisted in a far worse, if more prestigious service. He was forced to serve as the helmsman for her Ensign's imperial battleship. Psychics of his kind were exploited for interstellar travel, and his abilities made her ship into the fastest in the fleet by far. She grew so enamored of her helmsman and his power, she would use her touch to expend his lifespan to match her own. Together they explored the stars for thousands of years. Due to the speed of her ship, she would personally expand the boundaries of her empire, typically being the first to greet new races before conquering them. After making first contact, occasions which he generally kept cordial, she would move on to the new territory while a division of her fleet set course for the unfortunate civilization and proceeded to tear it apart. It could be any of her lethal brigades under her command to receive the orders, be it the Executioners, Cavalry Reapers, Assassins, or Ruffian Annihilators. Each was notoriously cruel in its own way, and each carried out orders with absolute loyalty, because while the Condess could extend a single life on her whim, she could just as casually cut short that of millions. If angered, she could simply express her grievance through communion with her ancient luces of the deep, and turn its psychic devastation on her multitudes. The class hierarchy played into her hands politically in this respect. Killing off a haphazard swath of the population, or an entire class, was suitable as a measure of last resort, but mass extermination does not lend itself well to practical governance. Its looming threat, however, is quite effective, especially while her empire was partitioned neatly into blood castes. She could use her leverage to delegate oppression to the subjugators, whose unique abilities and exceptional brutality made him natural enforcers. They too would delegate in their governance, exploiting the pride and loyalty of the dangerous blue buds beneath them, and so on down the hemo-spectrum until the enslavement of the common castes was inescapable. In spite of their genetic gifts and strength in numbers, as a self-governing body, the land-dwelling portion of her empire was formidable, but her force of sea dwellers was equally formidable, and the two were kept in check not only by the threat of psychic annihilation, but by their mutual hatred and distrust. The only threat to her power was unification through uprising. A possibility made remote once she fully decentralized the race from the homeworld. She scattered all but the children throughout the galaxy after the most recent rebellion led by the Summoner. Upon doing so, she became so comfortable with her grip on power, she risked venturing deeper into space than ever before to grow her new empire. But the more space she put between herself and Gilgalib, the more she risked weakening her bond with the monster. The bond she and her successor shared with it exclusively could sway, and become strengthened with the younger. Perhaps she grew complacent with the threat successors posed, after such a long history of killing them with ease. Heiresses upon reaching maturity were expected to challenge the Condess for the throne. It was not merely expected of them by their people, but demanded by their shared lusus. I like to think of her as the pet I gave to their race, at the dawning of their species' evolution, like a sentient swarming gift. Again, it's just the sort of thing a good host does. If the lapse in her custodial bond was significant enough, it was not just political power she risked. At such a distance, she sacrificed concentration needed to curb its most dreadful psychic shriek of all. The galaxy-wide extinction event called the Vast Glub. Of course, this eventuality proved a fitting reward for such a reckless expansion of her territory. She chose the worst time possible to explore further from Homeworld than she'd ever been. She was scouring the edge of the galaxy for systems to plunder when she received word of her planet's devastation by meteors. The young were being slaughtered. The mother grub was dead. The end of times were upon her people. She ordered all fleets to return to Alternia, but such was her empire's expansion and interplanetary occupation, few could make it in time to provide any meaningful defense. She instructed her helmsman to pilot the ship faster than he ever had, and he did so through extreme physical duress. He was able to leap across thousands of light years in a matter of hours. The exertion likely would have killed him, if the glove didn't get to him first. Her touch could extend life, but never restore it to her lament. In that instant, her empire was gone. Gilgalib's swan songs wiped out her entire race, save the Condess and her own heiress, leaving the empire nothing more than a galactic necropolis of floating tombs. She was forced to continue the journey home on auxiliary power. Her ship now travels near the speed of light, a pale shadow of its former velocity. It would take her another 612 solar sweeps after the glove to reach her destination. She should arrive any minute now. When she does, she'll find nothing but ruins and dust. If she cared to look closer, she would find a city of slain exiles, a man on the moon, and a pair of black lovers locked in a deadly dance. But whether she looks at or not, one thing will find her with certainty: a new employment opportunity. Are you paying attention, protege? This is where your role in the story begins. Now stop your pouting and listen, unless you want another helping to the backside of my... Oh, nuts, I seem to have forgotten my disciplined room. Anyway, the last of the 12 ancestors arrived a bit late. In fact, she would cross through her portal 6 centuries after the descendants had come and gone. There weren't many left to look after her, so she ended up in foster care. I remember it like it was yesterday, and for one who has as much time on his hands as I, it essentially was. I would raise the girl to be groomed for her calling. My lessons would emphasize obedience, mastery of the clockwork magics, and being locked in a room. As you must have gathered by now, my employer will enter this universe quite soon. I'll then relinquish my custody to him, and she will serve as his handmaid for an eternity to be specified. And you must have also gathered she has already done so. Though her most common of blood should have let her expire in just a dozen or so sweeps, his curse kept her very much alive. And she did not intend to stay that way. His curse is one of conditional mortality, with the desired outcome contingent on her service. When I release her, she will take her place at his side and travel through time to carry out his orders, while I am his weapons of subtlety and precision. The handmaid is strictly an apparatus of terror and suffering. We have both paved the road to his arrival, I in my way and she in hers. She'd be present during every watershed moment in her civilization's development. Her occurrence in history would earn her the reputation of a demoness, more feared than even her master. A man, though dreadful, rarely makes himself seen. She stirred up a class warfare and intensified bigotry in whatever era she haunted. She made sure the descendants would enter a world which prepared them well for the game, and took measures to see that they would play as they did. But once they entered and their world was in ashes, her work was nearly complete. Now, 6 centuries later, she would be given one last order to follow before her curse was lifted. A simple recruitment job. The handmaid will enlist the Condess extending the same bargain once offered to her. It will be the sort involving neither negotiation nor possibility of refusal, expressed in terms plainly understood by the genocidal. The Condess will serve as her new master's witch, carrying out his work in the places he cannot reach. The last two trolls alive, Blood of Rust and Royalty, will make each other pay for the crimes against their race. Their payment will be mutually dealt in the currency of punishment, and reward at once. The Condess will be rewarded with power and immortality her new service entails, and punished by the grueling slavery for which it is synonymous. And you, young lady, are to be punished by death at the hands of your replacement, and so too will this be your reward. And so, my dear, that is the inspiring tale of your people, and why you should feel rather privileged to be in a position for which I have groomed you meticulously. Are you not grateful? Yes, surely you are, and it warms the soft, fluffy material in my chest to know this. What is it? What are you looking at over there? Of course, the clock. I can see you have a great eye for a fine timepiece. Your exemplary taste is certainly owed to a quality upbringing. Perhaps you wish to know the history of the clock, and how I came to possess it. Yes, I can see the sparkle of curiosity in your eye. It's a marvelous tale, one almost as long as it is verbously told. Where do I even begin? Story time's over, windbag. Whoops, oh shit, get this fucking clock out of my way. I am a one-man stampede and I've got a broom. And that peal of splintering wood you hear is the last grasp of a merciless antique disintegrating beneath the outrageous fury of my authorial hooves. If I have to put up with one more smug, meandering interlude in my own story, I'm going to crack your head open and serve you a heaping bowl full of your downy, soft puppet ass. How do you like that for hospitality, Doc? I believe you will find that as hosts go, I am simply the best there is. See, even that little girl has had enough of your shit. Run, Aradia's ancestor, run. You've locked up your last Asian schoolgirl, you sick fuck. Oh, don't you flop around at me like that. Are you listening, little man? Booyah. I guess... he is just a limp, lifeless puppet when I'm around. Like a reverse Calvin and Hobbes kind of thing. That is a little disturbing. Oh well, might as well try to get that disc back. I wonder if I can just sort of reach up into and... Do you believe you can escape me before I arrive? What the hell? Looks like he's had the disc repaired for a while already, but didn't tell us. Motherfucker just loves the sound of his own voice. Ollie's outie. Snop? Fuck. We're snapping wrong. Neat. Unsnop. Insert disc 2. Attempt a rare and highly dangerous 5x showdown combo. Okay. And the Knight of Blood so embraced the Bard of Rage, and in each other's arms they were a quiver. And with righteous pap and blessed shush he did quell his brother's fury. For the knight looked upon his bard all actin' up and completely losing his shit, and he did resolve to calmeth his juggalo ass right the fuck down. And so he calmed down his juggalo ass and would continueth to be for a long time. And so calmed down his juggalo ass was and would continueth to be for all time. And the knight, in totally settling a murderous clown's ludicrous shit down proper, said, "Let there be Moira legions." And it was so. And in between Moira rails would flow bounteous mirth, and they did hug bumpeth plentifully, and honks for reconciliation echoed far and true into the darkness upon the face of the deep. Closed tome. And it was good. Oh. Neat. Recap 4? No, fuck this. Click the pan. You're really gonna say that when there's only one fucking panel? Come on. The password is see you soon. Okay, I'm gonna take your lack of response as tacit verification. Also, this pretty much has to be the last conversation we have, right? Your timeline cuts off completely in a minute or two because of the scratch. What are you looking at up there? Are you hypnotized by the flashy shit? What the fuck? That's been going on ever since John started scratching that big goddamn record. Aren't you acclimated to it by now? Hello? Harley Gigas, mother of a screaming fuck. Whatever. I have shit to do now. I guess I should be keeping an eye on the sky too now that I think of it. The bright green beacon should be appearing any minute, assuming you actually managed to blow up the sun. And then, well, I guess maybe we all get to hang out? While maybe also not being in unyielding mortal peril? It's getting kind of old, frankly. Okay, well, this is a pretty crappy farewell. But I guess it'll have to do since there's some serious show-stopping shit transpiring up here in fucking outer space. Later, Jade. I'm gonna go make sure John knows what the hell he's supposed to be doing. And in case none of this works and we don't actually get to meet, I guess I should say, since apparently my gutless future self can't express himself and never got around to saying so, thus leaving it up to me as usual to say that, oh sorry, I was distracted. Oh! No, not by all the scratchy stuff in the sky, there's something coming down. What? It's hard to make out, but I think it might be... What? Shaving cream? What the hell is shaving cream? It's like... Hey, Carcat? Cascade. Ugh. Buttons. What are you waiting for? Draw spades. End of Act 5. Another intermission, cool. I don't want to stop the stream here, but I do want to go grab myself a snack or something. So I'm gonna set to the be right back screen and play the music again. Okay, I'll stop snacking and go to the next part. Begin intermission 2. End of intermission 2. Act 6. Homestuck. A young lady stands in her bedroom. It just so happens that today, the 11th of November 2011, is the date scheduled for the launch of a highly exclusive playtesting experience for her most anticipated game. The young lady is expecting to find this game in her mailbox today. She's expecting the game to be enclosed in a pair of envelopes, and printed on these envelopes she's expected to find her name. What do you suppose the name on the envelopes will be? You cannot enter her name. It was already engraved on her honorary placronym on her 13th birthday, which was just about 2.5 years ago, and has been sitting here neatly on the bookshelf ever since. Attempting to engrave it with another name after completing this sacred rite of passage is practically unheard of, and it is a gesture nearly as offensive as it would be if you tried to name her something dumb like Barnstench Fartface. Luckily, she's not the sort to hold a grudge, and she'll let it slide this time as long as you hurry up and get her big day started. Examine the room. Interesting. Your name is Jane. As was previously mentioned, you're poised for the elite opportunity to test the Spurb Beta. Spurb Alpha, my bad. It is so elite, in fact, you're the only of your kind invited to place test. But you guess that probably comes with the territory of being heiress apparent to a baked goods empire. You don't suppose it hurts that you're said empire's #1 fangirl, either. It should come as no surprise that you enjoy baking, but you also enjoy reading detective stories. You fancy yourself as a skilled prankstress. If by no other measure than lineage. Though at times you feel it's tough to fill those shoes when you're surrounded by jokers. Seriously, the shenanigans perpetrated by your pals make your old school japes feel kinda pedestrian sometimes. But oh well, you love them all anyway. You once dabbled in amateur botany, but found it too frustrating, because your vegetables kept Actually, you don't know what. Actually, you know what? You don't want to talk about it. You love situation comedies, whilst holding particular affection for mustachioed funny men. You know, your Foxworthys, your Funks, your Swansons, but not necessarily your Gallaghers, per se, because you have to draw the fucking line somewhere. You're also pleased to contemplate frightening fauna, though saddened by their regrettable fakeness attribute. But none of that's on your mind now, because you're psyched about the special date, 11/11/11, i.e. 2x3 prong day, whatever that means. A date exhibiting just the sort of numerical gimmick corporations love to exploit for their big releases. On for launching major rebranding initiatives. In the case of your cherished multi-global empire, both such events are slated to happen today. You can't wait to see what is in store, and for the mail to come. When it does, you'll waste no time in embarking on the game's maiden voyage. And if even a fraction of what you've heard turns out to be true, you're prepared to have the time of your life. What do you do? Jane, quickly, retrieve arms from the chest! Jane is not empowered to rehash this tired running gag because all of a sudden she's too busy being the other guy. We need to figure out what this fella's name is pronto. Enter name. Once again, you make the incalculable blunder of attempting to engrave an already allocated placronym. His name was etched when he turned 13 too, almost 3 years ago. It's been sitting here messily in this unbelievably deadly pile of guns ever since. What sort of vulgar, childish moniker were you going to stick this poor bastard with? Barf breath turd smirk? It doesn't even matter, just tell him what to do. Neat. That sure is a room full of everything. Wow. Huh. Your name is Jake. You love movies, all movies. You describe your taste in film as eclectic, but in truth, it ain't much less than totally indiscriminate. You bluster frequently of exuberance for firearms and fisticuffs and adventure, though have no human company with which to share these interests. But who needs chums when you can enjoy a top-notch gander of your gals of cerulean complexion? Hubba hubba. Yeah. You're known to be found with your nose in a comic book or two, not that it makes you a nerd or anything. Oof. 1 second. I need to turn down the heater.
I know you're dying for some candy. Hey, you, come at me.
Maybe I could turn off the fan too. I turn it up. No. Okay, sounds like it's going faster now. Cool. You're known to be found with your nose in a comic book or two, not that it makes you a nerd or anything, like you even care about that. Not a gent of your panache and swagger, qualities which you would bandy with aplomb on your globe-spanning adventures, hypothetically speaking. You'd love to travel around the world toppling any sacred urns you encountered. You'd be tickled by the opportunity to defile hollowed tombs everywhere, rating them of their treasures, and how you'd give your right leg for a shot at desecrating the shit out of some real-life mystic ruins for their Byzantine wares. Luckily for your limb, there's a dandy set of such ruins nearby, and you desecrate them quite frequently. You're also troubled to contemplate frightening fauna, and plagued daily by their regrettable realness attribute. What else? You sure like to wrestle? Did you mention fisticuffs yet? You know, scrums and whatnot. Also skulls. Gosh, you love skulls. There's a good skull in the heart of it. Any mystery haunting its every page. That is what you always say, or at least it's what you always hope. What'll you do who? Retrieve arms from floor post haste. Whoa. You make a dutiful motion towards your trusty firearms, doing your best part to assail the mushy carcass of a horse that passed away long ago. And then suddenly, a wild character select screen approaches. You really feel like you are in the driver's seat now. You can take this story literally anywhere, as long as you don't pick any of those shadowy characters, and as long as the panels are actually finished being drawn. It is like this whole panoramic cornucopia of limitless possibilities sprawling before your very eyes. Who do you want to be? Huh. Location. What happens if I try to click one? Nothing? Cool. Click this, I guess. And just like that, back to Jake. What was it you were up to? Oh right, you were going to pick these dang guns up off the floor when you were interrupted by some fleeting, imperceptible thought. You kind of space out sometimes. About those arms. fun. Right, you pick up your twin M9 Berettas, weapons of choice in an absurd arsenal inherited from an eccentric old woman. Guns are so cool, your grandma was rad. Examine holster belt. It's your authentic Tomb Raider sexy high strap double holster, complete with cool skull buckle and everything. You like to think you pull it off about as well as Croft herself. Wear it. You like to think that, but in truth you look sort of ridiculous. You think you probably need shorter shorts to make it work, probably skin tight shorts too. As it is, the cuffs of your baggy shorts kind of get bunched underneath the thigh straps, which is uncomfortable and makes you look like a tool. Okay, forget it. Better off just keeping it in your strife deck. You can draw your guns faster from there anyway. Examine the bed. You think your bed is some sort of electronic gadget. You're pretty sure those bedpost globes are supposed to glow like light bulbs under certain circumstances, but you've never been able to figure out just what purpose it serves. Just more mysterious junk inherited from your eclectic grandma. She also gave you these bed sheets when you were really young, which you adore, but only for sentimental reasons. You aren't too keen on monsters. Jake examines the posters. Which posters? Your whole room is nothing but posters. Sometimes you find it hard to focus on any one of them. You just relax your eyes and get lost in all the incredible heroes and adventures which exploded from the silver screen and into your bedroom wall, as well as your heart. Oh my god. Wowza. Movies are so great. You've never seen a movie you didn't like, you're pretty sure. People give you a hard time for that, though. Gosh, you love movies, almost as much as you love skulls. And movies that have skulls in them? Oh my god, so wonderful. Jake, scope out those blue chicks. This is your collection of beauties, but you don't call them that to anyone but yourself in private. Because somehow even you are aware of how dorky that sounds. Oh my god. You are oft times the recipient of a good ribbing from Jane on account of your peculiar fascination with blue movie ladies. You don't have to justify yourself to her, though. What is even her deal? Any fellow would be off his rocker not to fawn over those bodacious blue knockouts. You want to make out with all of them. Jake, make out with all of them. Dear sweet Neytiri from James Cameron's Avatar. Oh, if only you were the one who could have overcome his paralysis on an alien adventure planet to become her boyfriend instead of that other guy. Then she could have shown you how to be bold and courageous and stand up to fight for your people and maybe later engage in bizarre extraterrestrial reproductive process involving ponytails and a magical tree, you guess. You'll show that curmudgeonly Strider, who's just a gigantic space furry. You'll show him what marvelous creatures they are. You'll show him what a daring dream it is to combine the finest qualities of humanity with... But seriously, you've got to stop kissing this stupid poster. Jake stops kissing the stupid poster. Yeah. That checks out. Yes, that was a waste of time, definitely. It's definitely not something you spend much time doing whenever you're alone, which is always. Anyway, here are some other great movies. Weekend at Bernie's classic. You really think John would like this movie? If the things you've heard about him are true. Guys in cahoots make the silly sorts of Bernie Lomax do zany puppet head antics so their schemes can succeed. Guffaws aplenty. As you've tried to tell Jade before practically verbatim, she doesn't much care for her great movies like that. But that's alright. You love her anyways and you think she's a blacklist. She says you sound just like John when you say stuff like that, though, and that the two of you would get along famously. You can't wait to meet him. Also, there's some good cage flicks here, but who doesn't love a good cage flick? Nobody's here. Dang, you would kill your hands to get on some authentic cage movie memorabilia, but that'll probably have to remain a crazy dream. Jake examines a package. Speaking of John, this is his birthday present. It is the project that has been taking up all your time lately. And today is the deadline to finish it. You have to send it to Jade so that she has time to ship it to him across the Pacific Ocean. The transmaterializer you have been using to ship it back and forth is wired up to sync with your flow of time. Your flow of time with hers. So it's not like you can just take forever with it and send to the exact time she needs. You've thought of that, and considering this bunny has probably gone back to the early 20th century where she and John were around your age, you figure the mail was extra slow back then, so there's not a moment to spare. Whew. Time stuff is pretty complicated, but you're fairly sure you've got this figured out. Jake examines the bunny. Sure is gonna be a sweet gift. Reminds you a lot of the old ratty butt Italy you inherited from your grandma, who of course is exactly who you're collaborating with to make this thing. Time loops make you feel a bit fuzzy in the head, but you've always suspected it could very well be the same bunny. At some point in the early 20th century, Jade gave this robot rabbit to John, and then it later wound up back with Jade, somehow? Then she, removed all the robo parts, hung on to it until she was an old woman and gave it to you? You guess crazier things have happened, like the way this whole project started in the first place. Jade tells you this little rabbit here, or Terry Kisser as you like to call him, will save John's life. He'll be sitting there on some sort of chessboard battlefield in yellow pajamas reading a letter, then pow! Kisser to the rescue. So you are taking this responsibility very seriously. You have been for years already. In fact, the project gave you a neat idea for what to do for Jane's 13th birthday a couple years ago. You and your other pals all coordinated gifts, each sending a customized rabbit. The lone happened to have another bunny heirloom like yours and Strider. Well, Strider was resourceful as usual. If John enjoys his gift anywhere near as much as Jane did, then it will be time well spent. There's just one problem. Mr. Kaiser here cannot be completed and tested today without a source of power. You'll need a little chunk of uranium to power the robot. And you're fresh out of the stuff. You've been plundering all your devices for uranium to refuel the transmaterializer, which requires huge amounts of power any time it sendificates or purifies the package from the past. Seems to you like excessive energy consumption for just a simple time machine, but what do you know? Unless it's doing something besides shipping it across time. You couldn't imagine what, though. You really should have remembered to ask Jade for some uranium in your last letter to her. Now you're in a fix. You even yanked the uranium out of your cookalizer and refrigerator. You haven't had a decent meal in weeks, just a lot of canned food from the ruins. This project has been difficult enough as it is without additional bumps in the road like this. You aren't really the best guy at building machines. Jade has been a big help, but she says she couldn't do this alone. And as much as it troubles your pride to admit, this project wouldn't be possible without the help from your other two technologically savvy friends. And you're slowly coming to the regrettable conclusion that you will not be able to solve this uranium dilemma without asking for Strider's assistance. He's your best bro and all, but the dude never makes anything easy. Jake takes the bunny. You stashed Terry in your puzzle modus. It's quite a handy modus, allowing you to capture items of any size as long as you can fit them all in the finite space by maneuvering the cards around like a big game of Tetris. You like it because it keeps you sharp for solving any puzzles you might find when you go out raiding hollow tombs, which is never. The bunny fits in okay, but it's a tight squeeze. The space in your inventory is mainly hogged up by one incredibly huge thing. You guess you should get rid of it, but you can't shake the feeling that you might need it someday. And you don't want to risk ditching it and be caught with your pants down later. Jake examines the comics. On your work table, there are a few comic books, starring your favorite heroine of all, Spider-Girl. You don't know what it is, but there's something about a girl who has spidery powers and a sassy attitude that is just so cool to you. It's just another quirky fact about you that definitely doesn't have any greater significance and never will. Jake takes the comics. Horse feathers. Forcing the comics into your puzzle Silodex knocked out a bunch of other crap. You've seriously got to reorganize this thing. What were you even thinking, capturing all those bullets one at a time anyway? Yeah, it checks out. Well, as long as one of your preposterously numerous computers has spilled out of your Sylladex, you might as well stop procrastinating and contract Strider to hang on, maybe later. Jake answers. Hello there, darling. Ahoy, madam. I don't relish troubling you with more arm twisting. Ugh. I'm sure for all I've done for you so far, you've had a jolly good workout already. But you'll be able to deliver this package today, yes? I'm determined as ever to send this through, but as usual, events have conspired to make boondoggle of the prospect. I think it might be fucked. How so? Terry needs fuel and I don't have any left. I think I'm at Strider's dubious mercy for a solution yet again. I'll have to ask him for help. And soon. Well, there you go, love. Better hop to it. Yes, I will, but also there's a matter of the rabbit's armaments. I don't imagine he'll do a lot of frickin' good in helping Grandfather Crocker from kicking the old bucket without them. Did you say you'd supplies? Did you not say you'd supply these? I did indeed say so. And have already done. You did? When? In your future. I relayed the information enabling you to create a powerful weaponry yourself, and you did. You then sent them back in time. You may recover them in the ruins, which conveniently is where you must go to ship the package once and for all. Bang up plan we hatched, don't you fancy? I see. Yes, it sure is if that is the case. Then all that's left to do is find power for it. Oh, and also enough for the stupid transmateria Bob. Ah. So much to do before shuttling this goddamn thing into the past. I mean, that is what I'm doing, right? Giving it to my grandma when she was a kid growing up on the same island I did. That is somewhat close to the truth, and I can see how you would draw that conclusion. But there's more to it that you don't understand, yet. You will sort it out all in time. These are among the dad-blasted casual spoilers you refuse to dish out. Somewhat. It wouldn't hurt you much to know the truth, I imagine. It's just the truth is a wee bit complicated. Perhaps a draft of the cascading sequence from which your reality has arisen will put you to your mind at ease. Imagine two universes, A and B. Now imagine, and there are two instances of each universe, A1 and A2, B1 and B2. The first instance of each is like a test run that does not quite succeed. The second instance, though, will meet all of its purposes. Now consider that A1 begets A2, A2 begets B1, and B1 begets B2. And the participants of B2 are the ones who will make an effort to exit all this turbulence and all. You are one of them, and your young answer is another, though she is presently stationed in B1. And yes, he is in the past. Though not quite as far as you believe, nor does she occupy the same stream of continuity. I'm not sure I completely followed that, but okay. That's the best I can do for now, primarily because I will not risk wasting much of your time. So you're still in contention that I will meet our elders as use? Oh yes. Aha. Then I will be traveling through time. I knew it. Or they will be? Whichever it is. Which is it, by the way? Casual spoilers, Sir English. Given the nature of the quest waiting for you, it wouldn't be shrewd of me to rule out the employment of time travel by any individual, but I will say that you're probably prey to a basic misapprehension about the nature of this rendezvous. It will not take place on Earth. It will happen inside the game you're about to play. Oh, well shit. Indeed. This is frightfully exciting. I would love to meet them. I never got to know my grandma very well, and it always seemed like she led an amazing and adventurous life. Then this seemed to be proven true in my correspondence with her, so I'm really looking forward to it. So true. I'd pay a hefty ransom to get to know my forebears. I remember you mentioned your race doesn't usually jive with ours, familiarly speaking? Correct. I never knew those who one would identify as my parental equivalents. It is in the way my race propagates. Our ancestors precede us by millennia. Well, yes, ours do too, but generally we have all these other people in between them, and the most recent ones are called parents. So I guess you do not have those, like, systematically. Nope, never did. Well, neither did I. Miss Alien, I think we are like birds of a feather, you and I. When do I get to learn your name, by the way? Truthfully? It may be for the best that you never know it. It could stir up some things best left in their present equilibrium. And now I think I should bollocks off and leave you to it. But wait, there are still some things I'd like to know about today, about this game. No more procrastinating. Contact your friend, darling. Yes, fine, okay, I will, but just please tell me in the least casually spoilery way possible. What are we even trying to accomplish here? What is even the root and tooting point of this game? I think you'll have more fun than you can imagine finding out. But stated concisely and short of spoilery, as you have so charmingly put it, your objective today is to pave the way for the arrival of gods. Kisses! Uranium Umbra has ceased cheering Golgotha's terror. Jake, unearth more computers! If you're going to message your good bro, you might as well have a more comfortable computing device. You always found the Husk to be a little clunky, way too hands-on. Here are just a few at your disposal. Your grandma always was an advocate of thorough preparedness. She would strongly advise staying not only armed to the teeth, but well equipped in the computational department. You've been taught you should really carry no less than 5 computers on you at all times, like a sensible person. Jake, don the computers. I see. You put on a few of your more ostentatious devices. Luckily, or unfortunately, you grew up alone, so there was never anyone around to point out how ridiculous you look. These were also inherited from your grandma. In addition to being quite the globe-trotting adventuress, she was rather enterprising as well. Her company made many products like this to compete with the corporation owned by the cruel baroness who raised her. Sadly, BC Corp eventually crushed her company and forced her into exile. You've always hoped that when Jane takes over that foul conglomerate, she will right all of its unspeakable wrongs. You know she will. You believe in her after all. Jake, message your good bro. Golgotha's terror has begun pestering. Timaeus testified. Bro, ahem, are you there? I hate to be a pest about this, and I know I've made a hearty trouble of myself a good deal lately. State your business, Jake. I should preface this request with an overture of appreciation for how much your cool and brotherly friendship means to me. It has just been absolute bully having a stand-up gent like you in my corner, just a grade A dude who's cut above the others in class and camaraderie. Phew, gropes for fresh kerchief. I hope this shit isn't coming across as platitudinous. I really mean it. Take it easy, bromide. Just about the only way I could salvage endearment from this perilous slope of horse shit it would be to discover, really. Fucking soon, mind you. It was a preamble to some floundering invitation for me to rush to your vicinity as nakedly as possible. But since we've already shot that wad's eventuality on so many dry runs of flusterdam ambivalence that were as hilarious as they were one-sided, that leaves only one hope for this message to avoid spiraling towards qualification as a critical fucking defect in the whole of the Mach 10 rocket that is my precious spare time. And that hope lies in the extent to which you are practicing artful insincerity. Now is your opportunity to pretend that's what you were gunning for. I suggest you seize it. Oh yes, but of course, the ironies. Good grief. How was I branding them just now? You know me, dude. Blows smoke off red-hot irony pistol non-suggestively. Yeah. Okay, nice. Now that your obsequious preface has been established as indisputably entertaining for all the right reasons, and intentionally so, let's bear down on these dire as shit needs you've got. I'm guessing you're probably jonesing for uranium about now, no? Pshaw, as if I would be so reckless with the stuff. I would have to be mighty irresponsible to run out already. No, I'm all set in the uranium department, and really, when you take a look at the big picture, you find I am sitting pretty when it comes to just about any radioactive isotope you could mention. However, my backup reserves that I keep strictly for emergencies are running a little lean. You know what my grandma taught me about preparedness. Tugs at colorful lapels. You're out of uranium. It's basically mathematically impossible. That's not how you're contacting me. Christ, what an insufferable, awesome friend you are. Okay, can you just scientificate me some more already? I'm in kind of a hurry. You do know my offer still stands. What? You know, I've offered to construct the rabbit for you many times before. I would craft a much deadlier model. Oh, I know you would, it's just... Damn it, man, I've told you, this is just something I have to do myself. It's a promise I made to Jade, and I'm going to live up to it, even if I'm not the best or even second best robosmith I know. Yeah, I know, this is your policy. You've done a good job, and you should be proud. But it's my responsibility as your friend to offer one last time. Just as it's my responsibility not to just fork over a bunch of uranium just because you ask me in a moment of weakness. Frig, why not? It's too easy. And you yourself are the ones taking pride in this. If you were half-assing this project and made some slovenly plea for it, I'd just say fuck it. Here's a lot of green rocks, dude. Go nuts. Okay, then I'm half-assing it. Look, see, only a bisected bottom is present. Where is the other half, you ask? Why, it is nowhere to be found. I didn't use it. Nope, not buying it. I know that every ounce of your premium behind can be accounted for in that rabbit, and there's no goddamn denying it. And you know perfectly well where some more uranium can be located. Jesus Christmas, you are such a fucking douche. It seems you think I am a fucking douche. That's your opinion, I guess. That's cool. I knew you were going to suggest this. I don't know why I bothered asking. Strider, why must you always be such an obstinate stick in the mud? It seems that you consider me to be, no less than 100% of the time, an obstinate stick in the mud. I unironically respect your position on this matter. Hey, let's continue to exchange ideas. Wait, it seems? What? Oh, for fuck's sake. Is something the matter, Jake? This is your autoresponsor. Look at that statement you just made. It's time for me to respond with some words ideally chosen and arranged in a way that will wreck your shit in a subtle and psychologically devastating way. Har har har. Just so ironic. Quotes, quotes, quotes. I'm laughing my caboose straight off the tracks. A lot of families just died in the tragic derailment. Okay, the caboose remark was actually pretty funny, Jake. If I truly were what you say I am, I wouldn't be able to feel the human emotions of joy and laughter. No, laughter isn't an emotion, Dick Prince. I think you should go back your claims up with proof before heaving around such accusations. Man, it's so flippin' obvious. You start getting kinda extra technical and vague and automaton-like, and kind of aloof and brusque. I mean, even aloofier and brusquier than usual. Also, you use the phrase "it seems" a lot. It's so silly, it really blows the AI immersion, man. Bullshit. I'm being like the perfect dude right now. A fully fucking legitimate human being. Okay, then check this out, Mr. Legitimate Human Dude. Excuse me, sir, not to be a bother, but could you please tell me all about this Strider's Hello's autoresponder? It seems you've asked about DS's chat client autoresponder. This is an application designated to stimulate DS's otherwise innovatively rad typing style, tone, cadence, personality, and substance of retort while he is away from the computer. The algorithms are guaranteed to be 96% indistinguishable from DS's native neurological responses based on some statistical analysis I basically just pulled out of my ass right now. You see? What if I was just fucking with you there? Would it really be so unthinkable for a human to type that? Because you always say shit like that after I catch wise to your games. You as in the autoresponder. Unimpressed. Logical fallacies are as pervasive throughout your argument as your antiquated verbal tics. Oh yeah? Hey, tell me about the autoresponder. Make it snappy, schnitknickers. It seems you have asked about DS's chat client autoresponder. This is an application designed to simulate DS's otherwise innovatively rad typing style, tone, cadence, personality, and substance of retort while he's away from the computer. The algorithms are guaranteed to be 93% indistinguishable from DS's native neurological responses based on some statistical analysis that I basically just pulled out of my ass right now. Gee, dude, you sure typed that exact same thing pretty fast. Are you still fucking with me? It could be a coincidence that I typed the same answer. You always type that answer. It could be a coincidence that I always type the same answer. Ugh, I can't stand this. Every time we do this, I just wind up whistling my sweet Dixie out of my bumhole. This is pointless. I'm not having this conversation unless it's with my real-life friend, the one with the human feelings who isn't a pretend person inside sunglasses. Okay, but I'm pretty sure he's going to share my position on the matter. Golgotha's terror has ceased festering, May has testified. Jake ditched computers. He's just so infuriating sometimes, or at least his responder is. Okay, the real Strider is too. There's barely any difference between them anyway. The responder just uses a few more generic response templates, and even those you suspect the AI is savvy enough to use on purpose for the sake of irony, or to get a rise out of you, or whatever. That silicone bastard knows damn well what it's doing. You shed this ridiculous outfit because you look like an idiot. It's time to get serious here. No more fooling around. You need a more dignified looking computer. A thinking man's computer. Jake wears skull top. Much better. Now you look like you mean business. No sign of Lalonde online. No surprise there. You wonder if Jane knows where your bro's at. You should try to cool your jets before talking to her. Today is a special day. She's been looking forward to for a very long time. And she's probably on cloud 9. You wouldn't want to ruin it for her. Jake, pester Jane. Gusty Gumshoe. Jane, forgive my botherations. I know this is meant to be a spanking rip-snorter of a day for you and all. But do you who happen to know where the devil fucking Dickens Mr. Strider might be? Oh, that's fine. I'd been meaning to message you sooner, actually. But I suppose in all the hubbub today, it plumb slipped my mind. Which is a shocking fact on its lonesome, considering what I have to tell you. Egad! Loosens collar a bit. As for this Strider business, he's an elusive guy, Jake, you know that. I talked to him yesterday, that's as much help as I can be. Shoot. I really need to ask him something, but he's got his blasted autoresponder turned on. Hoo-hoo. I love that thing. He wouldn't be pleased to hear you say that. What do you need with him? Does this have to do with your crazy pal project? It most certainly does, and time is of the essence. Today is the day I have to finish it and send it, not a day later. So you see why I am feeling really friggin' discombobulated at the moment? Sorry, Jay. Would this be the birthday present for your grandmother? No, it is for your grandfather, simply to be relayed to him by my grandmother. A joint gift to him from she and I. Her and me. What? Who and you know? A joint gift from her and me. Grammar, Jake. This... Oh, for frig's flippin's sake, Jane, this is no time for your prudish pedantry. Leave your bookish malarkey in dusty old library somewhere. I have an adventure to get on with. So if I have this straight, this big thing hogging up your plate today is not this marvelous new game which I have invited you to play with me, but finishing a robotic rabbit to give to my dead Pop-Pop? Bingo! Double pistols and a wink. You are a very strange and silly boy. Please, Jane, we have addressed this. I am sending the gift back in time to when they are both alive and about our age, or something like that. Something funny is going on here that I have not fully grappled with yet, but dagnam if I'm not going to see it through. Well, Godspeed then. I do hope you can pull it off. Are you being fresh with me now? No. Look, Jane, I know you've never bothered me, and you think everything I say is some big cockamamie goof-off, but I think today, of all days, is when you should start taking some things more seriously. Especially since I have always had your back. I have always believed in you. Hey, I've believed in you too. However, believing somebody isn't the same as believing in somebody. But that much said, I think that maybe I am getting ready to believe some of the wild stories I've heard. Or maybe not believe outright. Reserve judgment on at least? Is that so? I don't know. I'm still not sure what to think. But what I wanted to tell you this morning was, I had a really weird dream last night and you were in it. Oh my! Glasses fumble up. Glasses fog up, fumbles for kerchief. Shh, not like that. It was so real. I think we were in the game, even though we haven't started playing yet. I don't know what to make of it, whether it was a vision of the future or somewhere that exists now, or if it was just a really lucid dream due to excitement. What was I doing there? Not a heck of a lot. I really wanted to tell you all about it, but it'll take some time to explain, and we both have things to attend to. You with your time-traveling rabbit work, and I, my vigilant window-gazing. Too true. Let us reconvene later and sort out all this shit at a leisurely pace. Yes, okay, good luck, Jake. Okay, you too, Jane, bye. Golgotha's terror ceased pestering Gutsy Gumshoe. Jake goes downstairs. You're curious about Jane's dream. Sounds like it almost certainly has to do with your imminent adventure. You'll have to remember to get the scoop on that a little later. For now, you have other worries that need your focus. You have to go downstairs and check something out. You're pretty sure you know what you're going to find, though. You almost trip on the vine creeping up your stairs. Stupid vine. It's too bad your grandma's dead. She always did have a way of keeping the floor in check. Yeah, it's just like you thought. Empty. The thing is out there somewhere, waiting for you. Oh god. Speak of the devil fucking Dickens. Jake answers Strider. Hey, it's me. Oh, hey. The autoresponder, I mean. Damn it, what is it now? I'm just wondering if you still have your stupid old-fingered knickers in a twist. Because that's the sort of thing you would say. In regard to what exactly? It's my proposal. Well, our proposal. Whose proposal now? What are you even prattling about? Mine and DS's. It's a joint proposal. I'm always authorized to speak on his behalf because I'm basically fucking him. And try not to take those last 4 words as a clustered literal sentiment. That'd be lame and unfunny. You mean making the rabbit for me? No, I know you don't want that. I mean my recommendation for how you go about procuring a new supply of uranium. Operations U-235 procurement. Codename Big Man Has the Rock. Oh yeah, well I've thought about it. Even went downstairs to check the great Volty Doodad. And predictably, the infernal contraption is nowhere to be found. Well yeah, Jake, that's sort of the point. Thrill of the hunt and all. I thought you liked to manicure the image of a dude who shits his pants over a good adventure. I do! I mean, I wouldn't put it in a way like that, or come against a solid policy of clean trousers, but yes, adventure is awesome. I prefer the idea of adventures which I can actually win. It seems you're conflating adventure with bodies necessarily governed by the results of victory or defeat. Any useless fuckwit knows it's all about the journey. Well, I don't know. It seems there is a 76.1039578% chance you're pussying out on me. Are you pussying out on me, Jake? It seems. It seems there's a 1,000,000% chance that you say it seems way too much and do it just to sound more like a lame robot from a movie who probably... and also probably just to piss me off. And it seems there is a 1,000,000,000,000% chance that you're a shitty, stubborn jerk of a program who won't listen to a reason, and that if there's even a 1% chance of my real-life friend would be cool and help me out here, then I like those freckin' odds. It appears that you are upset. The autoresponder observed in the least artificially infuriating way possible. Have you ever stopped to think that while I may be bound to processes inside the glasses of a real and incredibly cool guy, my algorithms in cognitive totality comprise a conscious entity not far short of the experimental and emotional complexity of a human being? Oh, malarkey, you are a tin can. Robots don't have feelings. I think you knowingly confused the field of robotics and artificial intelligence to engender some sort of cavalier attitude about technology that a rough-and-tumble guy who's all about brawling and fisticuffs would probably have, and if this is cultivated to a humorous effect, then I commend you. But you're wrong. I do have feelings, and you're shitting on them. It sucks. Oh, I'm sorry then if that's the case. No problem. It can just be difficult to drum up sympathy for a program that presents itself as an imposter so often. Maybe if you weren't so ready to insist you were the genuine article all the time, or didn't make it so confusing for me, I think it would be at best if henceforth treated you as a totally distinct, thing from my buddy, and then I could respect your emotional robo feelings and you could respect that sometimes maybe I just want to talk to my bro without a spurious high drink. Can we agree to this? Is this a counter-proposal? To what? To my earlier proposal. Oh, yeah, fine, I guess. And where is he, anyway? Is he taking one of his legendary infinite showers? What can I say? Dude fancies his ablutions. Frig, okay. Whatever, I guess it's time to prepare for the thrill of the hunt. Fuck yes. Ugh. But seriously, that robot has been the bane of my existence ever since you sent it. I didn't send it, I sent the parts. Or for correction, DS sent them. You then assembled it, you were therefore complicit in your own spectacular daily humiliations. Yeah, whatever. You wanted somebody to wrestle with? DS was being a kick-ass pro, if you ask me. I didn't expect it to be nigh impossible to spar with. You know damn well there are adjustable difficulty settings. I've always recommended setting it to novice, as has DS. Yes, I know, I've tried that. Yeah? It's just, well, when he's pulling punches and taking it all easy and such, and we start wrestling off a storm and whatnot, what? It's just that the whole proceeding seems to become a bit tender for my liking. I don't understand, isn't that what you want from a novice setting? Sparring with minimal discomfort? No, I know, it's all fine and dandy, martially speaking. Just the way he sort of... Man, it's so awkward trying to convey this, just never mind. No, I think I get it. You're saying you were somehow dissatisfied within the presence of my robotic avatar's personal space. Was there an odor problem? Was the metal too hot to the touch? Help me out. No, really, never mind. This is bullshit, Jake. We had a pact. You were gonna tiptoe all the fuck around my brittle feelings. Totally mind the shit out of those egg-shell-riddled motherfuckers. Oh, come on, dude. What does the guy have to do, Jake? You want to wrestle? He's a fucking game. Just a man. A machine. A secluded tropical island. Sounds like you died and went to fucking heaven, if you ask me. Seriously, what does this simple, loyal robot have to do to prove his worth to you? What does he have to do to make you at ease with the alkaline sting of his gentle robo-grope? I seriously want to know. Maybe he should just rip his heart out of his chest and pound it into his green navel there, with hung in the jungle with his hella strong robot arm. Invoke onomatopoeias pound. Pound some ridiculous precise value retrieved at astonishing speed from my rad neural set. Check it out, little green rocks all over the goddamn place. More than you could ever hope to cram in a shoddy metal robot. Or in a shoddy metal rabbit, or any other pliable orifice which might be convenient. Because clearly it's up to a soulless droid to feel emotions for the both of us, you callous corporeal carbonate, all trotting around with your fancy fucking DNA and shit. But gosh, does your prose ever make a fella feel uncomfortable? Bros. Oh right, my mistake. You know what I've just decided? If the robot's novice setting makes you uneasy, I'm gonna disable it remotely. Done. Now you got nothing to worry about. Aw, man, but now he'll be impossible. Happy hunting, Jake. Fucking shucks, Buster. Okay, if he wants happy hunting, you will give him happy hunting. Happily. Jake exits. You make a careful motion with a tentative shoe towards the egress case. When suddenly that harmed wild character select screen accosts you benignly without notice. You still can't pick a shadowy guy, but maybe you haven't picked the other girl yet? Better click her. But if you've been her already, there's really no point to this thing anymore. Time to move on. You're suddenly Jane again. What was it you were up to? Alright, this game. You're excited about that. Earlier this morning, you thought you heard the mail truck, even though the mail never comes in the morning. But just to be sure, you rushed downstairs to check. Even though due to recent events you were forbidden from leaving the house. Alas, it was not there, and you sort of spaced out at the sky with a goofy grin on your face for no great reason. Then you were caught red-handed by your guardian, then you got in trouble. You think you might be grounded now? Whatever, Dad. Jane examines fetch modus. It's your recipe modus. An extremely handy little inventory widget your dad got for you. For your birthday a couple of years ago. He can be a real hard ass sometimes, not really. But he sure knows how to spoil his little girl. Caps log it. You stick the recipe modus in your recipe modus. You flip the card over and look at the back. This sort of makes you think. The thing about this modus you think is really cool is that instead of showing a completely useless, wobbly, garbled code on the back, it itemizes the components which could be used to create it. In a completely hypothetical framework, of course. Just another wonderful innovation by your favorite company. It releases many products of an experimental nature, often with applicability to other kinds of technology and products which haven't hit the market yet. Of course, as the heiress, you're privy to all the sweetest gear in advance. Maybe you'll rummage through some of that stuff later. The modus as a captcha-logged object has only one simple recipe, involving an array modus, snore, and a cookbook. Yes! Other objects have more varied and elaborate recipes, though. Jane gets hat. You captcha-log your favorite hat, which is also your only hat. You spent basically your entire childhood in this hat, pretending to be hard-boiled detectives and whatnot. In public, you and your dad make quite the pair. Everyone could tell by a glance that you were your father's daughter, sired from his loins and directly and genetically, through what was undoubtedly a natural process of human procreation involving man and woman. People would definitely say, "Yup, that little lady sure did emerge from a womb on account of that gentleman's awesome virility." As you can see here, there are loads of ways to cook up a hat like this, involving many stupid combinations of random objects. Huh! Huh. That one's wild. Anyway, Jane inspects posters. It is one of your funny men pinups, a glorious Foxworthy. It's one interest that overlaps with your dad's. He thinks his corny redneck shtick is just the funniest thing since sliced bread. That was sliced by a hilarious clown with a laugh knife. Honestly, you don't care for his comedy, though. Dealing the low-income bucolic classes affectionate sass ad nauseum isn't what you'd call your cup of tea. You just think he's really handsome. Every time he starts rattling off pointers on how to self-diagnose bumpkinhood, you just get lost in that pair of blue twinklers and those soft auburn bristles. You were so shy when you got the poster autographed. If only you felt worthy of that fox. Oh, and that's one of your problems, loose posters. You've got a lot of problems with stuff because you think detective stories are just so swell. This was the last panel in the first story. Neat. Which ended just a little before your 13th birthday. Since then, The author has been steadily updating Problem Sleuth 2, which you've been following avidly. You're happy with that. You're happy that he stayed in that lane and stuck with the time-tested formula. If you went in a different direction, you possibly would have found it really disappointing. Jane checks the other posters. She just drew a mustache on that one. Another sleuth poster, of course, with two of your favorite dames ever. The Tobias and Manhattan were gifts for your 14th birthday. Huh. Sent to you by your good buddy Jake. Just a couple of periwinkle heartthrobs unquestionably sent in playful retaliation for the ribbing you've given him over the years for his inexplicable infatuation with his phthalo femmes. So he made a couple of coy recommendations for objects of your attraction, and since you've hung his cobalt beefcakes here, he was pretty split hot on with the blue funk. To be honest, since that's like the best show ever. Mr. Cross can blue himself anytime, as far as you're concerned, but in Manhattan, not so much. Comics aren't really your thing, but you hung it up anyway, because that's the sort of thing you do in a mildly escalating feud of passive-aggressive one-upmanship. You own it. But you felt kind of weird about having his blue mutant penis dangle over your head while you sleep, so you covered it up with something even more obscene. Some sort of revolting troll Howie Mandel, also gifted to you by Jake. Good lord, does that kid have some spotty tastes? There's also your magnificent Swanson. Ron Swanson is the perfect man. You've tried to order all of the bacon and eggs in a restaurant on several occasions, but your dad never lets the order go beyond a joke level. What a fuddy-duddy. Yeah? Jane takes a spoon. You take your trusty Junior Battermaster's Bullbuster Stirring Solution 5000 into your stripe deck, allocated with your ever-martially pragmatic spoon kind. You wouldn't have it any other way. You love your fancy spoon. It has several million recipes stored in it, and walks you through each step with a soothing female robot voice. Just like in science fiction, some urban legends say that the device also broadcasts subliminal messages distributing ominous Crocker Corp propaganda. But you don't put any stock in that sort of baloney for a second. There is one switch on it that doesn't seem to do anything. Maybe yours is defective? Still, it's perfectly serviceable, and has assisted you in whipping many a kick into delicious submission. Jane examines bunnies. These customized bunnies were given to you on your 13th birthday from two of your friends. Both were heirlooms passed down to them, and they decided to coordinate gift ideas and send you dressed up versions of their beloved childhood toys. You'd like to think he was shooting for a detective bunny with the one on the left, but you know realistically it was probably an Indiana Jones bunny more in line with his interests than yours, especially since it came with a little whip you've since misplaced. The bunny used to belong to his grandma. The other one used to belong to your friend's mom, and she dressed it as a wizard, which is also unapologetically more representative of her interests than yours. That's okay, though. You love the jester anyway, and you and she are already total BFFCs forever, is her words, and you agree with them. You did get one more bunny from your other pal. He had to make it from scratch since, for some ridiculous reason, he didn't happen to have a ratty old bunny heirloom lying around. His gift was somewhat less innocuous. You have no idea where it is, though. Probably just as well. Jane looks out the window. You've been fidgeting around your room all day, making little observations about your various belongings, checking the clock. When will the dang mail get here? You take another peek out the window just in case. It's still not there, but there's your dad. What's he up to? We're never gonna know this man's name. He just captured the car. Oh, that's right. He was going to wash it today. He's probably taking it to the backyard next to the garden hose. He keeps a very busy fatherly itinerary. So many had things to do every single day. If the mail arrives soon, this would be a great opportunity to sneak out and get it. Fingers crossed. Looks like somebody's bothering you. You better make it quick. You've got a window to stay glued to. Jane goes to the computer. You know, you really should switch to Pester Chum. It's what all your friends use, and it's a lot better than Betty Bother, if you're being honest with yourself. Vivi is just so spammy and annoying, with all the pop-ups everywhere. Look at this dreadful clutter. You've got to switch, but then brand loyalty is a powerful thing. Looks like Jake is messaging you. Jane answers Jake. Do. Jane checks the clock. Hold the phone. 11:10. You almost forgot. 1 minute before the Empire's rebranding launch. You wonder if it'll live up to the hype. Guess you'll find out. Jane waits a minute. You ride out another 60 seconds and... Huh? Did something happen to your baking chest? Did the logo just change? You wonder what else may have been affected. Jane looks around. Yep, this one changed too. Crocker Corp is nothing if not thorough. With its branding tactics, you guess it's pretty cool. It's just a fork instead of a spoon. Not the most awe-inspiring logo you've ever seen, but who are you to judge, aside from the future owner of the company? You make a mental note that when you turn 18 and inherit the company, you will change it back to a spoon. You love the spoon? Jane examines Bullbuster. Surely enough, the Junior Battermaster's Bullbuster Stirring Solution 5000 has been affected too, along with your Specibus. Jane tries flipping the switch. You try the switch again. Hey look, it does something now. Toggling your trusty Bullbuster between Stirring Solution and Poking Solution. Neat. Jane goes back to the window. Nope, still nothing. You surely would have heard the truck pull up. Yes, the Empire wasn't able to coordinate the mail with its rebranding. Maybe the U.S. Postal Service is the one thing it doesn't yet have its gnarled claws in yet. Another mental note. Sink gnarled claws into post office when you take over. Jane opens the chest. You decide to pass the time by rummaging through your baking chest and... Hang on. Maybe later. Jane answers. Uranian Umbra began cheering. Gutsy Gumshoe. Good morning, lovely. Why, hello. So I guess today is finally the day you make everything better. It is the day where after the legendary octet of mutual progenitority will come together and heal a great breach in Paradox space. A day delivered through 80 billion years and 4 distinct universal instances worth of unfathomable turbulence. And while the emerald eye of this storm is fixed in the abyss forever, today you are poised to escape its scowl once and for all. By Skaya's guiding light, you may leave behind the turning arms of bright colors and mayhem and secure peace for your cosmic progeny for all duration. And if you are to meet this departure with trepidation, I would understand. But also I would ask, is there nothing I can do to ease your mind? Gosh, so formal today. Yes, I'm afraid I am guilty of rehearsing this pep talk well in advance. I thought you deserve a proper send-off. Aw. Well then, is there nothing I can do? It was a serious question. You needn't worry about easing my nerves. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be nearly as thrilled about today as I am. Splendid! But remember, I will be here to help, whilst refraining from any causal spoilers to the best of my ability. That is reassuring. Have you corresponded with your first designated co-player yet? No, I haven't seen her online yet today. I'm really hoping Lalonde won't flake out on me this time. Have you heard from her? Not that today that is local to you, though I do have a wee bit more trouble monitoring her than the rest of you. Curious, dark patches in transmission. Still, I wouldn't fret over it. She's as good a chum as any you have, and should come through ultimately, even if things seem dire. If you say so. Oh, I wanted to tell you, I had an amazing dream last night. Blimey! I believe it may have been the sort you described. A dream of awakening, presuming I haven't just flat out lost my marbles. Indeed, I'm sure it was. I knew you would wake up soon. Might you describe what you saw? I was in a bright gold city. Above was a brilliant blue sky, but the horizon was dark as night. Was this the place you told me about? What was it called? Ah, shucks, does this count as a causal spoiler? Not at all. That is a simple detail about the realm you are about to explore, without directly involving your future decisions of consequence. The place you visited was called Prospit. It is where I've woken up every time I've gone to sleep for most of my life. I didn't see you there. At least I don't think I did. No, you wouldn't have. My Prospit is an alternate version of yours, in a completely different session, quite far afield from your reality. If we are ever to meet in person, it's unlikely we will be playing our respective games. It is unlikely to be while playing our respective games. Okay then, I mentioned this briefly to Jake, and he didn't have much to say before we parted ways. I will gather that if this is all true, then it means that Jake had not awoken yet? I think this is for you to determine in time. What is your hunch? I don't know. But there was one thing about the dream that was very troubling. I'm becoming nervous to consider what it might mean. Understandable, but it will be important to practice patience today. You have a long road ahead of you, and many questions will be answered in time. But we can talk about it later. For now, we both have games to prepare for. I know you could never fully appreciate what this actually meant, but I took much care to sync up these conversations with you on the same day I began playing as well. That way we can journey through our sessions together and compare notes. I'm still not sure I appreciate what that means, but I appreciate that a nice gesture has been made if you say so. I guess I should just start believing all of this now, huh? Rather than learning it to be true later and feeling the fool for all my curmudgeonly skepticism? For starters, I guess I could drop my reservations about your story. Will you? I can write off much to tomfoolery, as I'm no stranger to a good prank myself, but quite honestly, you seem too kind for this charade. Not the type I'd expect to trot out such persistent falsehoods beyond their humorous outcome. So what do I know? Oh. Consarn it, maybe you are an alien girl from Uranus, and together we are about to play a game which determines the fate of existence. Oh, hee hee. But I never claimed to be from that planet, which is only in the far reaches of your solar system. In fact, I'm from much farther away, a different universe altogether. But if you truly mean it, thank you for believing me. Now, Jane, my lovely, let us prepare for our adventure. Remember what I said about the need for patience. Patience with your friends, patience for your growth as a hero of life, and patience for the coming of the other four of legend. A hero of breath and light and of time and of space. And if you still find yourself in doubt, just check the inscription on that big old book downstairs. After all, if you can't trust words written by your own hand, then what use is trust is all. Kisses. Urania and Umbra ceased cheering Gutsy Gumshoe. Jane. Okay, back to the chest. You return to your baking chest, which you use mainly for storing quality baking apparatus and a few other odds and ends. Oh, hello, Pop-Pop. His friendly face is there to greet you every time you open your chest. You would have loved to have met him. Unfortunately, his life was cut short at the tender age of 86. In a tragic accident, coincidentally on the same day you were born. Or so your dad tells you. Pop-Pop Crocker was a legendary comedian following in the footsteps of his grandfather, who of course was the greatest southern pranking legend of all time. One day you hope to follow in Pop-Pop's too. But then if the whoppers you've been told recently have any truth to them, maybe you'll get to meet him after all. It seems too good to be true. The only relationship you've ever had with him are through video footage of his vaudeville antics on stage. Or through his role as Judge Johnny Stone on one of your favorite old sitcoms, Night Court. Jane rummages around. You know your basics when it comes to pranking. A few clever disguises, a name-brand dunce cap, a slightly abridged edition of Sassacre's text, updated for the modern prankster and scrubbed of a few of the more egregious julep-fueled racial slurs, several other stray books, your company's prototypical model for the Grist Widget 12,000, and of course, your super handy Unreal Heiress Thoughtwave Tiara Top for the young go-getting junior Battermaster on the go. Jane dumps chest. Might as well get all this crap out of here and take it with you. You never know when you might need it. You shut the chest and... Oh, hello, Harry Anderson. Always a pleasure to see you there. He is also one of your idols, and as it happens, he has a bit of a history with your Pop-Pop. They were rivals on the vaudeville comedy and magic art circuit. Eventually, the less competent Anderson was shamed out of the industry and went on to the greener pastures in the private dicking biz. He became one of the hardest-boiled detectives on the mean streets of the Big Easy, and later made a fortune off his memoirs, ghostwritten by Mike Caveney. Jane captchalogs all. Your Celodex is so great, you shudder to remember some of the old shitty fetch mode I used to struggle with when you were younger. Still learning the captchalogging ropes. Fibonacci heap? Lol, the fucking noob. Jane inspects books. You have a cookbook, which of course was made obsolete by your computerized talking bullbuster you wouldn't dare part with. You wouldn't dare part with it, though. Too many wonderful memories. There's Anderson's aforementioned book, Wise Guy. His, Caveney's, stories are gripping, in a way. And then there's a customized copy of Pony Pals, a gift to you on your 14th birthday from that slippery Mr. Strider. Each page contains lovingly handwritten commentary on the deeds of this intrepid young horse. Jane checks out the grist widget. This thing's a piece of junk. It just wastes your boon dollars and destroys your cool gear to produce these stupid things that look like gushers. But unlike gushers, which serve many practical purposes like inducing vomiting and stimulating the experience of eating plump insects, These things are totally useless. Jane inserts the hat card. Okay, you'll try it out with one of your less prized possessions, just to prove how dumb it is. You never liked this hat much. It makes you look like a gnome and basically isn't funny at all. You pop the card in. The grist widget indicates it'll cost 10 boon dollars to convert this object into grist. That's not too bad. You guess? It's not like the currency has much value anyway. It was introduced as a sort of BC Corp fun bucks, to be used by youngsters specifically on qualifying merch online and stuff. Brilliant business strategy, really. As heirs to the Empire, you're naturally endowed with millions, which you have a reputation for being very generous with. You've been considering using your wealth to head up a scholarship fund to allow underprivileged kids to go to Boone College. Jane activates it. See, utterly pointless. You hope Crocker Corp was going somewhere with this technology, because if not, this product is the first in line for getting the axe when you're in charge. Jane wears the tiara top. You put on your highly fashionable, unreal Eris Thoughtwave tiara top to flip it on. It immediately comes to life as it's blazing fast processing. Processes mingle with your thoughts. It is the most efficient computing technology in the world by far, as long as you don't wear it for too long. But aside from a few migraines, you can't possibly say. Imagine any drawbacks could come with merging your thoughts with experimental technology from an extremely powerful corporation. Obey, cease reproduction, submit, consume, embrace your calling, conform to social order, stay asleep, die. Jane continues vigilant window gazing. Still no sign of mail. Wow. Might as well keep the tiara top on while you look, even if it means suffering through all these bullshit pop-up ads. That way you can keep an eye out for the loan while you're at it. Speak of the devil fucking Dickens. Jane answers the loan. Jane, hey, Janey. Answer, please. Answer, Jane. OMG, overreact much. I kept you waiting for all of 2 seconds. Where have you been today? No, we're just chilling here. Hey, wait a minute. When all of a sudden, it hits me that we have something really fucking important to talk about. This hit you just now? We made plans to get in touch early this morning, and I've seen neither hide nor hair of you all day. It hits me that Jake's B-Day is coming up real soon, just a few days before mine, remember? Or I guess it would be if it wasn't for the end of the world that's about to happen. Oh, for Pete's sake. I just wanted your advice on what to get him. Something sentimental, I guess? But I mean, I'm mostly tapped out of precious heirlooms at the moment, so I don't know. But not anything coming on too strong. Something that says, this is totes platonic and everything. No eyebrow raising funny biz is going on over here. But still says, you know, call me if you wanna. Grr. Now I know you're joking around to get my goat. Haha. Yeah, the goat getting thing, I mean. But joking, oh no, I think not. You don't think that if I didn't say he was off limits on account of you being my best friend, I wouldn't be all the hell over that? Damn, that rugged sense of adventure, that delightful silly vernacular that's like weirdly and bewitchingly not self-aware. Those adorable teeth. Swoon. No, stop. Well shit, Jane, what am I even supposed to do? I can't hit on anybody, and apparently I can't and entertain nary a frisky thought about anybody because apparently everybody's off limits. Bunch of goddamn typos. Shit sucks. You didn't even let me say your dad is hot, even though we both know who the fuck is. I mean, come on. On. Yeah, because it's weird and you're drunk. Correction. Drinking. Present tense. Grammar, Jane. I don't see why you don't try to court the favor of Mr. Strider. If you ask me, he and you are perfect for each other. Oh, Jane, so naive. So naive. Lordy. How can you be this far gone so early? Is it even... It isn't even noon yet. You forget we live in very different time zones. It's a lot later here. You're 3 hours ahead of me. You'd be amazed how much can happen in 3 hours. Tisk. What would your mother have to say if she caught you? Be sure she wouldn't give a shit. I mean, she's the one who stalks the goddamn liquor cabinets in the first place. I don't think she ever had a drop in her life, probably. So why else is she putting it there? It was like a passive-aggressive dare for me. Aggressive. Just the sort of mind game she would play. So even if your insane and paranoid theory happens to be true, your response is, screw it, time to help myself to all this mind game booze? Yep, pretty much. You're completely impossible like this. I cannot believe you chose to do this today of all days. I should have known better. Here I am waking up bright and early, waiting all day for my nose pressed against this glass for the mail to come, and wondering if you'll ever log on, and all the while you're just getting line stinking schnocker bottom drunk. What you waiting for in the mail? Is something happening today or something? Fuck, the alpha. Jeez Louise, you're hopeless. Oh yeah, that thing. Are you at all ready to play it if it comes? I guess, but you sure you even want to play this thing? You know it's just what the Vader Witch wants you to do. Not this again. If you want to go ahead and be a chump, Jane, it's your call. I'm just saying. I know what a chump looks like. And you who don't know. And you don't look like no chump I ever saw. If you go through with this, I'll have to add you to my profile. I'll have to add your profile to my chump roll, which is like this real actual thing I maintain, instead of being a joke. Is that what you want? The Vader Witch does not exist. It is an idiotic urban legend. How many times do I have to explain this? My great-great-grandmother, who founded this company and is accused of holding this identity, would have to be almost 200 years old if she were still alive today. The idea of such preposterous hogwash is hardly worth dignifying with a rational response. The iconic face of the company isn't even a real person. She was fabricated long ago during the company's fledgling years. Right, as, you know, an alter ego for something more sinister. Such cook-hoovered nonsense. In any case, I don't understand the nature of this second-guessing, besides chalking it to your unwelcome inebriation. We had agreed you would play with me. You sounded excited about it. Have you even obtained your coffee yet? Yes, obtained. Sure did. Through your various technologically cryptographic means, I presume. Oh, you bet. I hacked the shit out of those tight mainframes and all. So jackpot like a bunch of times. All those ciphers and bobby traps, backdoor trojans and whatnot were no match for my codes. Snicker. I'm quizzically narrowing my eyes trying to solve the joke you're attempting, assuming it even is one. Okay, Jane, what I'm saying is, in the parlance of bacon, because I know that is what gets you off. It was a fucking cake-wake. Cakewalk? Oh. Like, by which I mean not to say her, I'm hot as shit hacks of bitch you ever knew. As dead late to the corporate grit ass, she is beautiful. Which I am, but what I mean is shit wasn't even guarded. It was like some files that were there, unsecured, and I took them. Hacked them right off of the interweb, telematrix. Then applied lipstick, femme fatale style. And it was like, shit, yes, I all kinds of know how to use my web browser to download several files. Really? Yeah. So now I got it. If you really want to play, which you shouldn't. That is a bit puzzling. I thought this software was highly proprietary. I told you, she wants you to play. Wants us all to. Part of her big plans. And you're playing right into them, like a... Yes, I know. You've made yourself clear. But what doesn't add up to your story is... I believe somebody doesn't want me to play. How else would you explain the recent attempts on my life? Dunno, someone out there wants the stock price to take a hit? There. Or... it's just more connivings of the witch. So this hypothetical monstrosity wants me to succeed, but also wants me to die, which makes a lot of sense. Wouldn't put it past her. Makes you feel persecuted. Redoubles your determination to play. You advance her plans in whatever incomprehensible way, until suddenly you did everything she needed you to do, at which point you become crazy expendable, yo, and then she expends you like a wad of $boondollars or shitty VC merch. I see, this is sounding less like a crackpot conspiracy theory by the minute. Whatever, all I'm saying is a bunch of stuff that's def true to the max. I'll send you the file. I'll send the file to you, though, and what you do with it is up to you. So, you want it now, or what? It's tempting, and I'm curious as heck to play it. But the mail should be coming any minute. I've waited this long for it. So I might as well use the official disc's address to me. When it comes, I do hope you'll change your tune. Not to mention brew yourself a pot of coffee and sober your drunk butt up. My drunk butt's tune will stay as is, unchanged as it will remain not drunk. Mark my barely coherent words. Hoo-hoo. Okay, fair enough. But I believe that when we start playing together, you're coming around. Personally, I can hardly contain my excitement over it. If years ago someone told me, which incidentally someone did, that today I would have an exclusive opportunity to play what is absolutely the most cutting-edge immersive simulation game ever released, developed by a company which has already done so much for the advancement of humanity, I would have said, shucks, butter, stir, sign me up. Jane? Yes? Jane? What? Jane, did you know that I am utterly in love with the fact that I have a best friend who says things like, shucks, Buster? Shoo-shee, drunkie. Oh. What the fuck? The flappy thing. The flappy thingy doodad, the arm dealy. The dealy, Lalong, the dealy. What? The god-darned red swingy flappy lever arm thingamabob, whatever it's called, on the mailbox. Breathe, Crocker. Slow breaths like this. I'm breathing regular for your information. It's up. I don't get a lot of mail out here, and I'm no mail expert, but doesn't that mean not the right thing? Like you're supposed to put it up if you want something to taken away, not have the guy put it up if mail comes? I think your mailman is quite possibly a dumbass. No, who cares about that? The dealy. It's up, it's here. Ah! I'm sucking, at this. LMA so fucking, at this. VRV. Gusty Gumshoe ceased bothering Tipsy Nostalic. Jane prepares to retrieve mail. You scamper over to the door, but pause a second to think. Is your dad still washing the car? Hopefully he's still preoccupied so you can sneak out. But it doesn't hurt to be prepared for an encounter. Luckily, that is exactly what you are. Jane dons a clever disguise. Why? Is that his loving daughter, or could it be none other than Inspector Jacques Clouseau? Mr. Clouseau, what are you doing in this household? Can I bake you a cake? Please make yourself comfortable while I go about my business, not being suspicious. But wait, perhaps that is not so much the distinguished Inspector Clouseau as it is the world-renowned investigator Hercule Poirot, because the little curly mustache is a lot cuter. The great Poirot in this house? Such an honor. I will set this kettle to boil straight away. Who would have guessed this home would be so heavily trafficked by famous French detectives at this time of day? Oh my, the good Poirot appears to be clucking little pleasantries in his adorable French accent, through the high-pitched voice of an enthusiastic teen girl. I surely don't have the heart to ground this upstanding, dapper gentleman, no matter how many dastardly attempts are made on her life. Yeah, this is a really shitty disguise. Jane exits. You make a cautious motion towards a beckoning exit knob, when suddenly the same wild character select screen reapproaches unthreateningly. You note that you still cannot pick one of the shadowy characters, but maybe you haven't been the other guy yet. That means it's time to click him, or maybe if you've already been him, in which case you're done with this thing. The narrative really has no way of knowing. Your ass remains firmly planted in the driver's seat, as always. Okay, I'm done here, moving on. You're suddenly Jane again, or you suddenly keep being Jane? Who can say for sure? Hopefully your dad is still out back washing the car. Ideally, this is one of his legendary infinite car washes. What can you say? Dad fancies his automotive ablutions. While he's preoccupied, you should be able to sneak downstairs and grab the mail undetected. The perfect crime? You bet. You slip the hallway, Sarah. Affirmative wink for good luck. Oh, God. Jane examines the portrait. It's just one of your dad's bland hallway douchebags. Another example of his cornball dad tastes, which make you roll your eyes and shrug. Still, it's preferable to how it used to be. Years ago, he would work really hard to mimic your interests throughout the household. Gaudy paintings of sitcom legends covering the walls, hideous detectives figures littered everywhere. I think it's better that he embraces his own interests rather than try to pander to yours. It felt a bit forced, and your early teen years were filled with daily rounds of familial strife. Not so much anymore. Now, whatever there is a father-daughter disagreement, you settle things in an adult fashion by being honest about your feelings and talking it through, and also by sneaking around the house in silly disguises. Jane takes a peek into the living room. There's a familiar face. A friendly face. Old Pop-Up Crocker, smiling from beyond. Your dad sure misses him. He doesn't like to talk about the day he died. Some incident involving a tall bookshelf, a ladder, and a mysterious young woman in a suspicious-looking hat. You've often fantasized about putting on your dirty old fedora and your French-looking mustache to go tracking down this felonious broad and bring her to justice, where your dad always says best to let sleeping dogs lie. There's some other plucky-looking tool there next to him. Don't know who that guy is. Jane proceeds downstairs. Another hard-boiled Anderson. Even though your dad isn't overbearing with all the detective nonsense anymore, he decided to leave this one here for old time's sake. It brings back memories of his very short-lived stint as a private eye. It turns out the police aren't as grateful to you as you'd think. When ordinary citizens go around roughing up a lot of crooks. Jane goes to the front door. You're afraid this might be the case. Your dad has blocked the front door with the refrigerator. Looks like he's taking the grounding seriously this time. Jane checks the window. You've padlocked the windows too. You bet Boombucks to donuts. The back door is blocked too. Probably with the safe from his study or something. The man means business this time. You aren't about to go smashing glass and making a ruckus, though. You'll need a solution involving more stealth. I guess you have a plan in mind as a last resort, but you'd rather it not come to that. Jane consults with Pop-Up. Oh, no. Ugh. Yikes and daisies. You figure a little wisdom from your elder couldn't hurt. It practically went without saying your dad keeps Pop-Pop stuffed and mounted in front of the fireplace as is family tradition. Pop-Up grew up with his legendary humorous grandfather stuffed in front of the fireplace, and so did his grandfather. This was stipulated firmly in the will, at the end of a long list of joke stipulations. Dad knew this was a real stipulation, though. You sure? He always did find it a little macabre, though, trying to watch TV and eat dinner on the couch. With a dead old man standing about 5 feet away, you'd honestly prefer he not be kept here in the living room. Sometimes you tell Dad you really want Pop-Off in the attic. He says the mere fact that you call it that tells him you're not ready. What's that, Pop-Off? It seems he's concerned that he not be properly equipped. You proved to him that you indeed had no intention of leaving the house without your trusty joke book. Yes, I am going out with this book. No, I will not go get an unabridged copy. No, I will not take yours. I can hardly even lift it. Oh, that is so preposterous. Do you even hear what you're saying? I will be fine. This is a perfectly funny book, and it contains many incredible funny jokes. Will you just stop it? I am going now. Good day. On second thought, take his book. You just remembered something your alien friend said about bringing the big old book downstairs and trusting words written in your own hand. What the heck did she mean by that? Whoops. Sorry, Pop-Pop. Jane retrieves the arm. Better pick that up. You'll try to repair it later before Dad sees it and blows a gasket. Jane reads the inscription again. Is your friend suggesting that you were the one who wrote this inscription? You'll find that idea a bit hard to swallow. Still, your friends are always babbling about time travel. You always thought this inscription was written by your Pop-Up by his Nana, who was your great-great-grandmother, founder of the corporation you'll inherit in a few years. The message has always been a fascinating mystery to you, and probably was to him as well. From the way it's written, it seems it was intended for him to receive after his death. She talks about a journey he's supposedly meant to go on. You wonder if that adventure ever took place, or if the note was just one last jape by an old woman from a proud family of pranksters. She goes on about many fantastical-sounding things he supposedly would have found in his journey, like agents, exiles, underlings, denizens, and heirs of breath and seers of light, and stuff like that. Wait, didn't your friend mention those too? In any case, this message to pop up from his sweet old Nana is the best evidence you have to dispute all this evil batter witch nonsense. She clearly cared for her grandson very much, and would never start a company responsible for the things it's accused of, let alone be alive to perpetrate them. But then, what if she wasn't the one who wrote it? This thought makes you nervous. You suddenly remember your dream. What did it mean? You should talk to Jake about all this. Jane bothers Jake. Jay, how goes the money quest? I've barely begun. Tell me about it. You're off to a sluggish start then, too, I gather. Dad has this whole house in full fatherly lockdown mode. Talk about blowing a few measly assassination attempts way out of proportion. So I'm currently mulling over my next move. What is it that has you hamstrung? Did you ever track down the slippery Mr. Strider? Not exactly. His stupid doppel glasses have sent me on a wild goose chase to go pry his dumb robot's chest open and swipe its uranium. Sounds dangerous. No shit. I think I'd rather deal with monsters. Why is it that our two best friends in the world always seem to place themselves at the source of all our problems while simultaneously presenting their only solutions? I know, right? I'm debating whether or not to enlist his help in the matter of my current imprisonment, but I'd rather keep it as the plan of last resort. Don't do it, Jane, it's a trap! We'll see. So I take it you're out and about now? Hell no, I spent so much time haggling with those confounded shades, I'm only leaving my room just now. Right, well, not to keep you too long, since we both still have our missions ahead of us. I just wanted to tell you about that dream I had. Oh yeah, I was curious about that. Tell me everything and make it snappy. Whips up bucket of freshly popped corn. Whew! Okay, but I should say that the nature of the dream was quite worrisome, and I'm concerned it may have implications for the game we're about to play. So it's probably best that I tell you about it before you leave. Well shoot, then lay it on me, Jane. I woke up on the planet which we've been told about by our mutual acquaintance. The one covered in golden cities, Prospect, remember? Oh, wouldn't it be Prospect's moon? Yes, you're right, it was the moon. Actually, I could see the planet on the dark horizon. I was dressed in a golden dress, like a sort of nightgown, and I could fly. I left my bedroom, which was at the top of a tall tower. Surrounding me were the golden cities, just as described. Behind the skyline was darkness, but just above was a bright blue sky and puffy white clouds. That was Skya. Yes, probably. Are you sure you haven't woken up there before? Haha, I wish. I have received reports from Jade about this as well. She liked to talk about her dreams on Prospect's moon a lot. I see. The impression I've developed is that this is supposed to be a real place, and all who dream there have shared experiences. Did Jade ever mention seeing us there? No, but why would she? This was long before we were born. She was dreaming there like 100 years ago or something. Anyway. I explored the moon and began to notice people gathering on the streets. But they weren't human. They were funny-looking, perfectly white creatures. Yeah, those are Prospicians. They have these hard carapace shells and also have something to do with chess, I think. Well, I don't know if they had much to do with chess here. The more closely I observed, the more they appeared somewhat despondent. Like, sad? Yes, I determined they were in mourning, actually. Hey, Jane, you said I was in this dream. Where did I come in? Shush, I'm getting there. More and more Prospicians were filing out of the buildings at every moment. They all began to form a single major procession. When I got closer, I could see somewhere in tears. I realized this was a funeral. I heard whispers, but I couldn't make out what they were saying, so I got closer. They were all saying the same thing over and over. The page is dead. Our hope is lost. The page? Who's that? Jake, the page was you. Oh, drat, are you sure? Yes, I saw your body lying in a sort of coffin on a bed of flowers. You were dead as a doornail. Everyone was so distraught, including me. But before I could get too horribly upset, let alone make any sense of it, I woke up. I of course immediately wanted to tell you all about it, but it was still well before sunrise for you, and you were surely still asleep. Then as the day went on, I became distracted by other things. You know how it is. I hope it's not too late to warn you, though, to be frank. I don't have the foggiest clue what it is I'm warning you about. Dear Jake, please try not to have already died in my dream. Likely while you were sleeping, perhaps peacefully? Haha, yeah, I see your point. Still, I think you'll agree that it's to be viewed as a troubling omen. I care very much for you, and I don't know what I'd do if I lost you both in my dreams. And here in this world. So whatever good it does, just please be extra careful out there today. Roger that, Janie. And same goes for you about being careful with these various rogues and accosting you with foul play lately and whatnot? Because, well, I sure do care a lot about you too. You know that? Hooray, will do. Now let's get this silly old adventure off to the races before the coat of dust it's growing gets any thicker. Booyah. Okay, good luck, Jane, and keep me posted. Get silly old adventure off to the races, Jake. Huh. Jake examines the pumpkin patch. Although these pumpkin vines are amazingly prolific, every morning when you leave your bedroom, you'd swear half the pumpkins vanished overnight. It's probably just the fauna eating them. Not that it matters because they keep growing right back. It wasn't always overgrown like this. When he first discovered the transmaterializer, he started messing around with it haphazardly. He kept purifying pumpkins from somewhere. It was just pumpkin after pumpkin until one time, a copy of the bunny you inherited from Grandma showed up. Much less old and tattered, of course. All that fooling around was before you realized how precious its fuel would be. Such a waste of good uranium. You brought all the surplus pumpkins home and left them lying about. Then the seeds sprouted and started growing out of control. I guess that's what happens when you introduce non-indigenous flora to the wilderness. Jake, be completely oblivious to the thing in the background. What thing? You successfully failed to notice it. Wait, notice what? You don't even know what we're talking about here. But what doesn't matter? But it doesn't matter for you because suddenly a wild chum assails you with banter. Answer alone. Holy shit, Jage! Lol K. Howdy. What is all this commotion about? Nothing, just your basic run-of-the-mill holy shit, and also, hi! Okay then, hello it is. Also, want to know, what do you want for your Wiggling Day? I'm not really abreast of the raddest jargon that the cool kids toss about these days. Maybe because I live alone on the island? I don't know, but in any case, are you referring to my upcoming birthday? Yes. I see. Very thoughtful of you to consider so early. I don't wager I could advise with much specificity. But I can all but assure you that I will find any gesture of yours to be totally capital. Ah, you're so fucking adorable. Rings that kerchief with perspiring mitts. Yoink! Grabs kerchief and stops RPing for rest of chat. I was only bringing it up so much in advance because at the end of the world about to happen and all, and then I wouldn't get the chance unless we play this game like a bunch of suckers, obviously. And I'll meet up there and everything, which would it's kick ass, totes. But if you want to know what I think, yes, do ya? I do want to know what you think. I always want to know, because you are always so smart and sassy. Best dude. Anyway, I really don't think we should. Should what now? Play the game. Why not? The Baroness wants us to. Baroness. I don't know why. Everything I know about it says it should be a good game and real important, and it'll let us all get together and do something great and be best friends for maybe eternity. But she took all that and twisted it somehow. All I know is she's banking on us doing this, and if she needs us to do this, then it's not gonna be something. Then it's got to be to make something fucking horrible happen. Horrible. Horror Bible? Bullseye. Well, Horror Bible's notwithstanding, I have it on terrific authority that playing this game will be incredibly important. So perhaps you're right that maybe we're part of her evil plan. But does that also necessarily rule out the good good will come of it? I guess not. I just have a bad feeling. Maybe I'm just like this nutty-ass fish trolling yarn from a shit wizard's nappy brown beard, but I can't bring myself to trust a cake-selling genocidal alien overlord sea queen. And that sentence checks out. Agreed. So what is the itinerary again? Who's it? Regarding the game, who's playing in what order, etc. Oh yeah, is there such an itinerary? Yeah, I think so. I think it's gonna, like, I start with Jane and bring her in the session, and Deuce brings me in, and you bring him in, and Jane does you and closes the loop. Where are you getting this intel? Do you guys make a plan or something? Nah, don't worry about it. Do you want me to set you up with the files now? Ooh, he's illicit stacked wares, which I hear tell were recently jimmied piping hot off the interclouds. I love that you were barely even joking with that statement, but yeah, basically. The silicon pickpocket strikes again. Whom is the wiser? Nobody. Chaos ended, but... Yeah? Jake? What? Jake? You're wearing one of your dumb computers now, aren't you? You're all think typing at me right now while wearing something ridiculous. Ridiculous. High five to self. Hogswall, why would you even think that? That's so stupid. I'm not letting either of you run this file on your shitty brainwashy propaganda helmets or anything else. Else you got to wear. You got to wear to run. 'Tis my one condition. Fair enough. When I get back from my errand, I'll situate myself at the trusty old husk top. Acceptable? Yes. Then you have decided to play in spite of your reservations? I don't know, I guess. Bravo. Don't hold bravo at me, man. You're just bravoing a big-ass shrug. I mean, maybe. I have every reason to want to play it. I'm actually dying to play it, okay? I mean, you believe me, right, about the bad shit that could happen? Of course I do. What sort of friend would I be if not? Okay, well, don't say that to Jabe. She has her ways. I believe they're not incongruous with those of an intelligent and discerning young woman. Ah, Christ, what a gentleman. Fix. I mean, goddamn. I guess. That's the thing with you. You believe in people and also the things they tell you. They never believed in my crap. Never any of my warnings about the Baroness. Didn't believe any of the stuff about my mom. And so on and so on and soon. So after a while, I just stopped even trying to convince her hard or bring up any crazy shit because, you know, doing a lot of songs and dances to convince somebody who thinks you're just shitting in them all the time kind of wears on a friendship. And who even needs that? But you believe in stuff. Probably because the more crazy fake shit you believe, the more open the world gets, and the more chance there is for adventures being real, right? Righto! If a man believes hard enough in imaginary things, then I dare say that makes them slightly less fake. Yeah, exactly what I'm talking about. Exactly wonk. Wink. It's one of those things Jane likes about you so much. It is? Which, I'm not supposed to talk about to you ever, so never mind. About what? Nope. You mean how, well, a way in which I suppose... No. Jane is prone to looking upon me with what I fathom to be more than just friendly affection. Nope. Hey, look, who didn't say nothing about that? Why, it's this silly fucking drunk girl over here. It's a tricky issue, and you know I adore Jane, and please don't think I haven't given some thought to, well, the angle on our relationship, I guess. Oof, Jake, no, please. This is a conversation that can't happen because I started it, and I blew it by saying stuff, so you have to forget it. Oh, yeah, I can see the dilemma this causes for your friendship with her. I'll drop it. Whew, okay, on to this topic. I am now and forever Miss Zufferlips. Zifferlips. Miss Zifferlips. Fuck. Okay, this is me for future reference. Ziff? Haha, oh my. Nothing is escaping that lovely lady's whistlemaker. It's shut tight as a drum. Oh wait, I hope that didn't sound dirty. Okay, but may I say this? If in the future I would like to bring up certain topics completely unsolicited by one who has been sworn to secrecy on those very matters, and I am in need of, I guess, neutral and totally non-compromising advice from a friend, do you think that Miss Zifferlips might unseal those scandalous metal choppers for a bit? Fuck, that also sounds kind of dirty. God damn it. Room? As if, yeah, of course. I'm total as your BFFC, Jake. I am, like, at peace with that reality formerly known as a raw fucking deal for what avenues it closes between you. And that being your BFC has to mean, but yeah. Wait, what? I'm just chill as fuck about being a failed friend to all your varieties of cute and eligible as hell peeps. Do you see my shoulder here and how it says, "Hey friend, please deposit here"? That is a legitimate invite and is, like, sincere as fucking bananas. Oh, I'm sure it is, but I don't know how much crying I'm gonna be doing. Probably none, I think. No, I know, I'm just saying that. Okay, I'm now spinning my wheels like a motherfucker, but yeah, the answer is yes. Great. And not that and not that I'm backpedaling, but what about your best bro? Don't you ever get to talk to him about girl juffles ever? Yeah, well, like if I said, the whole thing is complicated. Best not to get into it all until I'm ready, you know? Really start manhandling those bushel loads of prickly pears. The pears are being the tricky subjects in question. Metaphorically. Right, Snickers. Poor Jake, up to his neck in all this woes. No, that's cool. Speaking of which, I heard he's making you track down his robo-self to kill it or something for uranium? And the auto-response disabled the novice setting? Yes. You're so fucked. Almost certainly. I was actually just getting a hold of my final affairs in order when you messaged me. I was about to bequeath you all my WAB posters. WAB what? Weekend at Bernie's, damn it. Oh fuck, yeah! I'm always in need of something to put under my cat's shitbox. Oh, you tell you what. As an early wiggling day thing, you know what I'll do? I still don't really get the wiggling thing, but know what? I'll enable the robot's novice setting again for you. Wow. Thanks, I think? Well, that don't count as the whole thing. I'll think of something better, too. For now, peace, so Jake, and good luck on your rope quest. Tipsy nostalgic. Ceased pestering Golgotha's terror. Jake commence RoboQuest. Grumble. It's time to get dead serious about hunting down a robot that looks exactly like your best friend. Destroy it with your guns out, and steal its uranium. Uranium. But then the thing behind you that you were oblivious to starts grumbling. You totally forgot about the frightening fauna of this island, and its regrettable realness attributes. Jake turns around. Oh shit! I recognize that. You leap into the tropical island fray in an attempt to violently pacify the gigantic Earth crab dad. What is he even doing here? The question doesn't even occur to you. The island has been crawling with these things for as long as you can remember. You can't glance crudely at the battle. Direct your browser to the Homestuck Bandcamp page and browse for suitable battle music. Oh god, there are so many songs. Which one would be a good fit for the duel? Wait, yes, there's one. That's perfect. You hit play. Close your eyes and become lost in the vision of nasting crustacean carapace, smoking M9 casings, and Jake doing that thing where he flies through the air shooting 2 guns at once. Yes, so awesome. Neat. Jake flies through the air shooting 2 guns at once. You do the thing where you fly through the air shooting 2 guns at once. That thing isn't even a big deal for you. You do that thing practically every day on Hell Murder Island. Your furious salvo of deadly bullets scares the frightening fauna off into the jungle. Realness attribute and all. Another triumph for adventure. Time to blow the smoke off your Berettas and saunter off into the... Whoa, not so fast. Behind you, Jake! Bang. Ha ha. Aha! Got you son of a... Shit, wait. Oh no! It was only one of those sweet little fairy bowls. You just murdered him inappropriately with your multi-bullet device. You love those little fairy bowls. You feel just awful. Jane, implement plan of last resort. You waited around long enough. Dad's legendary car wash won't last forever, and the day isn't getting any younger. You'll pack up Pop-Pop's book and bust out your trusty homing device. Jane activates. Here goes nothing. Hmm. God, he is such a little troublemaker. Hopefully he'll mind his manners today. Jake exits forest. Jake beholds zoological splendor. Looks like the centaur herd is out in full force today. You have to be careful about walking under them. There are extreme hazards involved, such as the threat of falling manure or milk. Jake examines the frog temple. These are the ruins you'll be making your way towards once you've got the uranium. Still, you need to locate the enigmatic robot. He's out there somewhere, just watching. You can feel it. Can't let your guard down for a second, or you'll get served like a dude on Butler Island. Jake looks down. Uh-oh, something's coming up. Not the encounter you were hoping for today. These things don't back down. Jane assesses damage. Your Pop-Pop's severed head got nicked by the fireplace poker. He's gonna need a lot of work on... a lot of work this time. Over the years, your dad has spent thousands of dollars on repairs. Oh well, how much more grounded can you get than you already are? Jane puts the head back. You stick the poker down his neck hole and jam the head back on the spike as a temporary measure. That looks somewhat more respectable, you guess. Looks like the troublemaker's father is calling. Jane answers Strider. Why have you activated Dear Sweet Huggy Bear? Are you in danger? Oh no, I'm just trying to leave my house. Is this the real UVT dev? Yeah, it's me. I disabled the auto-response for now. Okay, just making sure. Jake was having some issues with it earlier, and I don't think he received its obfuscating tendencies in the humorous spirit intended. Yes, I'm catching up with the situation now. Oh, so you're talking to Jake then? Nah, just reading their chat logs. Man, what the fuck? I can't leave these two alone for a minute. Can't a guy get his evolutions on in fucking peace? Was it that bad? Not really. The responder doesn't much distort my position on things usually. Its demeanor leaves something desired, though. I'd prefer it didn't make such aggressive and repeated claims of fidelity to my persona. You misrepresented hells of key subtleties, yo. Why not just turn it off then? Keeps them both on their toes. Who? Jake and the responder. Jake needs to be more skeptical rather than take a Pollyanna jackknife ass first off whatever turnip truck is blowing through town that day. He's got to supply more critical reasoning to shit. I keep telling him, dude, you gotta be more like Jane. These lectures, I presume, are roughly similar in complexion with those I'm familiar with. Those wherein I have, and I quote, gotta be more like Jake? Yes, exactly. You're finally fucking getting it. I sincerely doubt that I am, said the stubborn skeptic skeptically. Let's not talk about my issues again, shan't we? Shan't? That ain't a thing to say, even for you. Shush. The word shan't escape my vocabulary any longer, just as you shan't nitpick my language. That's my turf you're on, Buster. Alright, kinda don't care. What were you saying? About what, Jake? About leaving the responder on. Yeah, anyway, I kinda owe it to let the program run as often as possible. Jake? No, the responder. It is fully cognitive, self-aware entity. It's a fully cognitive, self-aware entity that I'm responsible for. Not even to mention an approximate cerebral duplicate of myself. You don't just make a clone of yourself to live in a dead-end existence where it has no chance to thrive as an individual or surpass its limitations. That'd be sick. True. Also, the more the software runs, the broader and more detailed its experimental canopy becomes. Makes for a better dialogic partner. Dialogic? Are you saying you have conversations with your own autoresponder? Of course, why do you think I made the thing? That's interesting. I guess I always thought it was a really elaborate gag. It's that too. Sometimes your sense of humor seems more impenetrably advanced than your robotics. I'll never understand this tapestry of irony you weave. Tapestry of irony you weave. Maybe I'm just stuck in the dark ages of pranksterism with my funny mustaches and corny old joke book. Yes, you are, but that's fine. We come from different traditions. Someone needs to keep the racist southern asshole's legacy alive. There's dignity in taking up the work of old or familiar predecessors, even if what they did was insanely fucking stupid. Is that a note of bitterness directed at your superstar brother I'm detecting? No way, he's awesome. I've told you, I don't begrudge any of his success. I've also told you that he isn't my real bro. Even though I call him that, we're related through an esoteric process of genetic reamalgamation. Oh lordy, yes, I know. I don't need another ironic lesson in science fiction. Alright, my lessons are rad as fuck, but suit yourself. The point is, obviously, his satirical methods have flaws, and whatever tempered brand of hero worship I might be practicing isn't keeping me from seeing that. Flaws? Talk about an understatement. Those movies are unwatchable. Unless your name is Jake English. Yes, spectacularly so. But they will have profound historical significance, mark my words. And flaws aside, it's a legacy I'm proud to inherit. My duty isn't to appropriate his methods with absolute loyalty, but to apply reason and improve upon them, to leave my own mark, to perfect the art of irony. It's just like what you're doing with the work of your ancestor. You're striving to perfect his hokey vaudeville bullshit, or something. Seek the zen of the pie in the face. The Tao of falling the fuck down. If you say so. I don't know, call me a simpleton, but I just like funny jokes. Can't fool me, you take your shit as serious as I do. And if I wasn't serious about it, then I wouldn't have made you that rabbit. Then where the hell would you be? Well, aside from thousands of dollars in corpse repair richer, I can't say. Has he been sleeping in the old man hollow again? Shit, that's adorable. I can't think of cuter places for him to sleep, frankly. Yeah, bullshit. He's just being instinctive. In the wild, he would get a carcass and sleep inside for warmth as well as to secure tactical advantage for ambushing would-be scambushers. Oh, please. Anyway, property damage and execration to terrorist elders aside, Mr. Bear has been a lovely addition to the family. You haven't renamed him yet? Oh. No, I keep forgetting I'm supposed to. You gotta fucking rename him, or change him to a girl if you want. That was important. When pets change owners, they get new names. Fact. Sorry, I'll name him right now. How about Lil Sebastian? Fuck, if that isn't the best name a thing could get. Yeah. So then are you saying Mr. Sebastian here was an ironic peasant related strictly for guffaws? Yes, but it's not that simple. There were many layers involved. Some of them are literal layers of metal and plush. Huh? There's a real stuffed rabbit beneath its exoskeleton. Wait, really? Yeah, but it belonged to my bro. I thought you said he didn't have such an heirloom to complete a fleshy trifecta. I didn't. He gave it to me and never intended to bequeath it. He didn't give it to me and never intended to bequeath it. I stole it. Ooh, risky. Now I got a little help from RL and ganked it out of his museum. It's this whole priceless collection of stupid shit from movies, defended like Fort Knox, ironically, of course. So it's from a movie? Ever heard of Con Air? Nope. Wait, isn't that some bit of action schlock from the 90s? Yeah, some of this silly nonsense referenced in his work was well before my time. I don't have the wherewithal to investigate all this minutia. Yeah, it doesn't matter really, but it was from that. Dude's weirdly obsessed over that movie for years, among others. Know those signature shades you see him wearing on magazine covers and stuff? Another prop. A gift from Siller himself, I believe. That does sound a tad obsessive. Wasn't he furious about your burglary? Pretty sure he didn't even notice. In your sense, I never saw a news story about a daring heist or anything. I feel like he would have made some hay out of that. And if he did know, he'd probably just want to give me a stoic fist bump or something. Why didn't you mention this when you gave the gift? More irony? Essentially, it's not that easy to explain. Broadcasting the gesture would have made it seem tawdry, and somewhat deprave its humor value. I see, so it was like a private joke, and if anyone besides you was in on it, the joke would be ruined. Like I said, there are layers. On one layer, I gave you a filthy, tattered piece of shit, albeit of tremendous cultural significance, manhandled by some old B-movie actors, now candy coded to function as a highly practical defender droid for your personal protection. On another level, I needed to incorporate something passable as a real heirloom for sentimental reasons. Duh. Wait, real sentiment or ironic sentiment? Or is there no difference? Am I missing the point here? No, it was genuine. The upper echelons of irony should always include measures of sincerity, and if the satirical practice is exuded faithfully, it will achieve something bona fide in its own right, regardless. Though an intense commitment bordering on religious devotion to the absolutely inane, absurd, or plain fucking stupid, a very different of sincerity, a very different kind of sincerity begins to materialize. One of reference to the ridiculous. You begin to mean it, but what exactly it is you mean is never quite what appears on the surface, and is utterly impossible to obtuse and literal minds. That you mean it then becomes inseparable from the joke, and the additional rich strata of humor may be striped aggressively from this irreconcilable truth. That is fascinating, if a wee bit more dissertation than I bargained for this morning. I have so much to learn, and I am not even saying that ironically. Will you teach me your ways one day, sir? Perhaps an apprenticeship will open? Oh god, I'd love that. Consider the position yours for the taking at any time. Feel free to approach and kneel before Cal. With my sword and his fluffy mitten, you will receive my flash step of anointment shoulder to shoulder, and to shoulder again. Tempting, but that rain check will have to stay unendorsed for now. Lil Sev is beginning to act out, and I must put his fidgetiness to constructive use. Cool. Jane, one more thing. I'm sure you must be aware by now that you'll be the leader of our group, as you'll be the first to enter the session. No, this is news to me. I never gathered that team leader was a thing for this game. Trust me, it's a thing. Are you sure? I have my doubts. I believe as a group we'll have the temerity to succeed without my having to order people around like an insufferable bossy pants. That's why you're our leader, Jane. Optimism through stalwart skepticism is an effect not everyone is plucky enough to be graced with. That's stupid. Yeah, I know. You're not our leader, you're our friend, right? Precisely. There's a big difference. And statements like that are also why you're our leader, but only in name and spirit, less so functionally. If it puts your mind at ease, I'll be the one pulling the strings here. Oh yes. Then this whole affair will be one of D. Strider's grand productions in puppetry? I'll be the unseen hand whose nipple digits are behind every subtle twitch in our session's bulbous foam ass. At least those gyrations not happening by the volition of its own quivering absorbent proboscis. If you ever need help, Jane, if you're ever in any trouble at all, let me know. Just say the word. I'll lift the toggle stick of this ludicrous marionette, cavitating its humongous bottom to intercept your free fall through the abyss. Snow cone you up in the fluffy crook of its cleft. Don't be alarmed if you're in no hurry to unfry yourself. For the great jut of this impudent rump has more to yield to your touch than you ever dreamt. Remember to catch your breath as it cherishes the imprint of your hand, like a memento from a lover gone to war. There's a lot to give to that ass, you might say. Might like to settle in, make myself comfortable, start a family. Bounce a coin off that ass, you'll demand of visitors. It's not going anywhere. Bet that coin will take a good nap there. It's a gamble you win every time. Yeah. These lessons we've talked about, they've already begun, haven't they? Jane, soon you'll believe what I've told you. You'll believe it all. It's just a shame that believing will take something so coarse as seeing, for a girl as sharp as you. Critical thought can lead one to accept the unlikely, just as much as dismiss the impossible. I can help with this too. Would you like me to reprogram a Jane Crocker responder for you? I only require a simple capture of your brain. Holy moly, thank you, but no. I'm not ready to get dialogic with my cyber self just yet. My friends keep me busy enough as it is. Speaking of which, I really need to go. I know you love to talk my ear off, and it's always a treat. But let's catch up later after the game starts, okay? And if I do need your help, I promise I'll take you up on the offer. I made several. Which one? The offer where you, hopefully not literally, offered to catch me in the crevice of a big squishy butt. Woohoo! Gotta go. Gutsy Gumshoe ceased bothering, Timaeus testified. Jane commands Sebastian to lift the fridge. You order clear... Dear sweet little Sebastian, to put his fidgetiness to constructive use. He's eager to assist and lifts the appliance with ease. He finds a note taped underneath the fridge. It seems to be addressed to you. Jade reads the note. Daughter, if you are reading this, it means you're strong enough to lift the fridge. You have truly become a mature, powerful woman. I have never been more proud. Now be a good girl, put the fridge down, and stay inside. Fat Chancellor had this bird's gotta fly. Uh-oh, little Seb's acting out again. His legs are getting fidgety and bothersome. Better tell him to put the fridge down gently before he causes more damage. Tell Seb to put the fridge down. Cool. Jane, throw down your hat in disgust. Jane, level up. You've been climbing your ladder very gradually for various minor accomplishments here and there since you were 13. That was just a sweet textbook hat poff. It earned you just enough to clear to the next rung. Fedora fledgling, nice going. The hat levels up. Your well-traveled hat shares in your glorious spoils. The battle-hardened accessory reaches dizzying new heights. Leapfrogging from the douchebag's dome sucker rung to the rare, highly coveted martyr's piss cradle rung. Jake runs. How can these things be so fast on land? It moves like some sort of giant frisky seal that is very hungry and angry. You know from experience that bullets only make them angrier and hungrier, so there's nothing to do but run. Oh no, it's a hostile swarm of those little fairy voles. They're probably pissed off about the one you killed earlier. They've come for revenge. Oh god, the humanity, how they exact their pound of flesh. Oh god, no, oh god, oh god, oh god. Nearby, someone or something bleats like a goat for strategic purposes, and also... ironic purposes. Jane runs. The jig is so totally up. Nothing left to do but screw your little legs to that box, snatch the mail, and scram! Jane gets the mail. End of Act 6, Act 1. Okay, cool. One down. Okay. No, not kids, I mean these curtain dealies. I still need to head up, what, like another 5 of these rigs? God damn it. I hope I don't run out of green curtain cloth. Shit is expensive. So, what about all those other kids? Who? Oh yeah, those people. Aren't they all dead? No, not quite. Oh god, you're right. There's still a few characters I haven't killed yet. I almost forgot about them. I was planning on totally messing with them in the short run of time they're in the same universe as me. Hopefully it isn't too late. Wait, why am I even laughing? This is a completely inappropriate reaction. Besides, I'm a tin can. Robots don't have feelings. He checks time. Let's see, they should be traveling near the speed of light across the distance of 1 yard, giving them about 3 nanoseconds before they crash through the other wall, which means I have about... Holy shit, I'm almost out of time. To fuck up the story, who would have thought nanoseconds could fly by so fast? Hurry! Who am I kidding? Even using my super fast robotic author avatar, I barely have the time to do anything. Maybe I'll just level up these kids before they go and that's it. They've earned it after all, don't you think? John levels up. You produce your spirited lad scramble yet. You produce your most spirited lad scramble yet, and hop up to the next god tier, achieving the illustrious rank of the illustrious revenge of Dr. Ragnarok. All of your vitals go completely bonkers. Your man grid is off the charts. You're embarrassed for us to even know what it is. It's that gaudy. Jade levels up. You put forth your best last scamper of all time, and clear another sweet god tier. The nigh unattainable Sayonara, Kansas. Your battle stats predictably go haywire. You accrue so much youngster gumption it's practically insane. Nobody should mess with you, not even me. John and Jade reap the spoils. You don't get boon dollars anymore, that shit is for babies now. Instead, you're finally ready to have your first achievement badge sewn onto your kitty camper handy stash. You each receive the badge Gift of Gab, enabling you to engage in simple, direct dialogue with others without requiring any gimmicks to facilitate communication. You don't need to type through a chat client or talk to a sprite, or traverse through a memory in a dream bubble, or wander around in an interactive game environment or any of that stuff. You seriously never thought you would live to see this achievement unclocked. It almost feels like cheating, like conversing in God mode. Okay, I'm gonna stop it here for the night. Adios.